Hi, Amitabh.
Hi, sir. Good afternoon.
Good morning to you from my side.
Yeah. Hello, Siddharth sir.
Hi.
So, are you settled there in the UK?
Well, I am the traveling professor. So I keep traveling between India, the UK, and the US. My parents live in India, in Pune, and my family is out here in the UK. So I keep traveling between continents and teach across various places.
Okay. Good to know, sir. Good. Just we'll wait for some time. Let the other people join, and then we can start.
Absolutely. Not a problem. So you're speaking from which place, Amitabh?
I'm from Jamshedpur. So this is Jamshedpur. I don't know whether you are aware. It's in the eastern part of the India.
Of course. Of course, I'm aware.
It's near. Yeah, so it's a Tata city largely. It is where the Tata Steel started from, and it also has a Tata Motors big commercial vehicle plant. So the passenger vehicle is in Pune, So and the commercial vehicle and all the trucks and etc. World Truck etc. are manufactured here. So we have the steel and the Tata Motors are the two big companies out here. It's an industrial town.
Yeah.
And there are many other companies which are largely linked with Tata Group as a subsidiaries and the businesses. But now the city has grown and it has other industries also.
How is the weather out there right now?
Oh, it's early winters, so slightly chilly, but not too much cold. Yeah, not too cold. So it's the best part of the year, I would say, from Jamshedpur point of view. So
I'm sure
weather-wise. Yeah, I think. So, sir, today we have, I think, 16, 17 people who have registered for the training. And there are few people from our Jamshedpur Management Association who are interested, who are not nominated for the training. They may be off and on, you can see them. And one of them is myself also. So I am also interested in the subject altogether. So, but due to other work things, we will be off and on. But the main participants, I will introduce who all are the main participants, and so that they are focused on training. Yeah. And we will be recording this for our YouTube.
I just wanted to know. I haven't used GoToMeetings before. I've used Zoom and Google Meets and all of that. What's the facility to create groups? Is there a facility to create groups in this?
In this, I would like to take help of Samir. Samir, are you there?
Yeah. Hello, am I audible?
Can you answer Professor Siddharth Deshmukh?
So is there a way in which we can get some breakout sessions to be done wherein I can, break people out in groups? Is that a possibility?
So in this meeting, it is not possible. But if you need that, then you can let us know. What we can do is we can create separate meetings for them, and we will individually mail them, and then you can connect. But in this, if you are expecting we will have a group, then that will be difficult.
So then, Samir, what I suggest you do is to create groups of, I guess there's 16, 17 people, right? So groups of 4, and mail them these links. They can access those links at specific times, so that when I say, okay, now let's go out into groups and do some group work and come back. What I can do is I can hang around over here for anybody who's got a question. But when I give some group work, people can go to that link and work. Is that okay?
Yeah, that is fine, sir. I think, and even if you also want to, join those group, you can also join. So we'll give you all the links.
Perfect. Absolutely. So if you can just mail, comprehensive mail having all the groups, just name them group 1, 2, 3, 4 groups, I guess 4 people each in a group. That would be wonderful.
Sure, sir. I think that can be done.
Yeah.
We can take a quick attendance who all has joined, and then in case someone has not, then we can do just a follow-up call. Just I'm calling out the name, and whoever is there can actually say yes, he is there, he or she is there. Sneha Biswas, are you there?
She is joining shortly. She is facing some issues installing it. She'll be joining.
Okay, fine. Okay. Then you have Sukanya Das. Are you there? Sukanya Das. I see Sukanya online. I think she is there. I see her name. Then Madhurya Survi. Yeah, I see her also. Then Pranjali Nanda. Yeah, Pranjali is there. Rahul Agarwal. Rahul Agarwal is also there.
I am here.
Yeah, okay. Paulomi Mandal. Paulomi Mandal is also there. Anshu Jyoti. Anshu Jyoti is there.
Yes.
Kruti Mishra. Yeah,
Yes, sir.
Kruti Mishra. Yeah, there. Sure. Sorry. Yeah. So then Sarang Atul. Soumya also. Rahul, I think you are from Tubes, no?
Yeah, hi. So Soumya just called me. So she's having some trouble joining in. So she's in a couple of minutes or so.
Okay. So Soumya is also joining them. Sneha and Soumya. Okay. Monica?
Yeah, I'm there. Hi, everyone.
Hi. Yeah, Monica is there. Abhishek Kumar from ISWP. Are you there? I see Sridhara from ISWP. Sridhara Goswami.
Yes, sir, I'm here. I'm trying to reach Abhishek and.
Can you check Abhishek and Ronak? I don't see both of them here.
Yes, sir.
Sir, Avi here.
Yeah.
They are joining in a couple of minutes. Actually, they were having some network issues. I checked up with Abhishek, sir. Yeah.
Okay. Just
Yes,
ask
sir.
them quickly because then we can start.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So whoever, I think, Rahul, you can also ask quickly Soumya to join.
Yeah, hi, Soumya this side. I've joined.
Yeah, she's here.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thanks. And Ronak, Sridhara is there. Abhishek Das.
Good afternoon. Yes, I'm here.
Okay, great. And Ashita Samar.
Good afternoon. Yes, Asita, this is.
Okay, good. So, Professor, I think a couple of people are joining. I think all of them will be joining. But what do you suggest? We start or we wait for a couple of few minutes and then maybe 10 minutes, 5-10 minutes?
Yeah, let's wait for a few minutes. I think just a couple of minutes and then we'll start. We shouldn't be unfair to the people who have joined on time also. So I'm aware of that.
Yeah. I think colleagues who all is absent, you know your colleagues now after the attendance, can kindly buzz them that professor is waiting and just ask them to quickly join. We'll wait for hold for 10 minutes and then maybe now it's 1:38 India time. We will start sharply at 1:50 maybe, Professor.
Okay. So what you're saying in 10 minutes, 12 minutes?
10, 11 minutes, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll see you all in 10, 11 minutes then, and then let's start. Meanwhile, Samir, if you can just create those groups and send those links, that will be great.
Yes, I am working on it.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. And additionally, Professor, I forgot to introduce Abhi and Samir and Satish. We have three people and me from Jamshedpur Management Association. We work with Samir. Abhi works with ISWP and we three work with Tata Steel only in different roles. But we voluntarily manage the association also. Thus, will be a part of this and just looking from you.
Perfect. Okay. So anybody who wants to go to the loo or wants to have a drink of water or get yourself some juice or something like that, please, now is the time. And let's do that. I'm going to do that. I'll see you in a bit and in about 10 minutes. Yeah? Okay.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, Neha.
Yeah, hi Abhishek. I couldn't hear anyone, so I was not sure if this was going on. So yeah, I've joined now.
Yes, Sneha, this is Amitabh. Just wait for. I think as some of you were slightly late, we have we'll start at around 1:50. Just wait for some time now.
All right. All right.
Sir, Abhishek sir and Rona sir has joined the meeting. I mean, joined the training.
Okay, Avi. Thanks. Yeah, who has joined from caller 01? May I know the name, please? Caller 01.
Hello, hi. I'm back.
Vinay, are you there? Vinay, are you there? Is Mr. Sanjay there? Mr. Sanjay?
Sir Vinay here. Sanjay sir told that his laptop voice quality is not working properly, so he's trying to connect from other device.
So is the caller 01 Mr. Sanjay from Bacon, India?
No, sir, he is not joined already. Means, and who is the admin? Sir, admin is going off. I can see there is one admin.
There is a caller 01. I can see.
No, sir, you haven't joined yet. So how can be him?
Then who is that? Admin is who? You?
No, sir. Admin's JMA. I'm not getting who is admin and caller 01.
Yeah, we see these IDs. So can you remove this until and unless, because this is through password, Satish, sorry, Vinay, I think the people who are registered should only be there. I think we shouldn't, and the JMA participant, I don't think we should have addition outside members.
Okay, sir. I'm doing it.
Okay. And there's the caller 01 also.
Done, sir.
Remove that caller 01. But I still see caller 01.
Removed.
Okay. Okay, now it's done. I think, Professor, now it's 1:50.
Yeah.
And we should start. I think. Again, admin has come in. Yeah. Is this Sanjay, Mr. Sanjay? Your mic is muted, it seems, Mr. Sanjay. Mr. Sanjay? Hello? You are unaudible. You are not audible. I think this admin is Mr. Sanjay. He has joined, I think. But he is not audible.
I think he's trying to fix it.
Mr. Sanjay, we are unable to hear you. Vinay, you offline, take it up with him and tell him that he is not audible here. Just to, okay. Okay, I think he is trying to connect through his mobile also. I think he is the person. Okay. Are you there? Okay. I think Professor, he has some issues with the connectivity, but let's start. Let's not keep others waiting by the time. And Vinay, you try to offline have a connect with him and just see if he can gets connected quickly.
Yeah.
I think rest all are there.
Yeah.
I think I don't see one person. Just give me a minute.
Amitabh sir, I'm very much there.
Okay, have you joined with this caller 02 number? Okay.
No, I have with my ID Sukanya Das.
Your ID is not, but your ID is not visible. It is only coming as caller 02 when you are speaking. Okay, fair enough. Okay, let's start. Again, good morning, Professor. It's a morning for you. And good afternoon, everyone who has joined in this training. I think as a JMA, we took initiative. It was a long pending thing because the world is moving towards the digital world, and all the marketing, communication, etc. has also slowly shifted into that direction. So we thought that we'll organize a program, and we wanted someone from MICA, and that's how Professor Siddharth Deshmukh is from MICA to have this program. And we have, Professor, to give you I have sent you the profiles. Just to give a overall brief introduction, we have people from Tata Steel, largely from various business divisions, marketing and sales. And we have the communications department also from Tata Steel Utilities and ISWP. And also ISWP marketing people are also there. I think that's the major mix with Tata Steel and ISWP and Tata Steel Utilities and Infrastructure Company. And I think they all look forward to learning what they should do in their own work to be digitally ahead in terms of the marketing and communication.
Certainly.
And now with this, I will hand over the session to you and request, Professor, if you can introduce yourself. I think that's the best thing to happen.
Not a problem. I'll do that.
Thanks,
Hi all. Hi everybody. Hi from London. I'll just show you a quick. I am. It's a cold and rainy morning in London, and I'm wearing this jacket which has a mica thing on it, which is an interesting thing because I'm carrying a continent into another continent. I hope you can hear me okay. Everything is absolutely audible. Just you can use your chat and say yes, no, maybe, whatever. It's all fine. Yeah. Okay, great. Excellent. So look, what I wanted to do was that, we are a nice cozy bunch. You guys are in Jamshedpur, I'm in London. Have this interaction with you.
Professor, just to interrupt, I think, sorry, I missed it. I think all are not in Jamshedpur, largely in Jamshedpur, but there are people who have joined from Calcutta also. Our marketing and sales office.
Wonderful.
Largely from Calcutta.
Okay. Sure.
And maybe so there are the people from Calcutta also here.
Bhuvaneshwar, somebody saying, great, excellent, not a worry. So basically from all over the place. So it's truly a global digital connect. So it's a good way to start. Obviously, we'll have some issues with technology because technology always gives some issues or the other, right? What I wanted to do was probably give you a very quick introduction from my side, okay? Hi, Anukriti, joining from Ajmer. Abhishek is joining from Bhubaneswar. So many people are from, Jamshedpur. Some people are from Calcutta. All of you, hi, a very big hi. So my name is Siddharth Deshmukh. I'm from the first batch of MICA. So I'm a true blue icon. I passed out in 1996, and after that I joined Sony Entertainment. I was with AT&T before it became Idea. Then I started my own digital company. I sold that. I came into the UK. That was around 2001. I was there. I started another one with a UK-based partner, which was a digital agency. We sold that as well. Then, we became a bit of angel investors. My family's out here. I've got 2 daughters, and I keep shifting right now between India and the UK and sometimes to the US because I teach the digital gospel. I got attracted to academia after successfully exiting from a lot of the ventures that I was involved in. So I've got a good mix of corporate and entrepreneurial background, obviously digital. In academia, I was always teaching. So I've taught over, let's say, 20 odd years now. But I have essentially probably created the world's first digital curriculum for MICA, right? And that was around digital communications management. And this was 8 years back, 8 to 9 years back. And we've obviously refreshed it all the time, but it was a fantastic experience because what we really figured out is, a lot of things need to be kind of connected together because we keep saying digital and it's a damn big thing. And what we are trying to figure out is, okay, how do we actually make sense of it all? So I created the curriculum. I typically teach 3 or 4 subjects. One is obviously digital marketing in a digital world. That's what we are going to go through. I also teach customer experience design. I teach digital futures and so on and so forth. So many digital subjects. I was associate dean at MICA. And right now I am, what I've done is I've taken sabbatical and I'm teaching across places. That's why I'm also called as the traveling professor. So if you connect with me on LinkedIn or on Instagram, you will find out that I run a podcast called the Traveling Professor's Diary, wherein I'm sharing a lot of the digital insights and marketing and business insights with anybody who's bothering to listen. I've got over 100 episodes in that. I've also written a couple of books which explore the way in which the mind works, especially in today's digital day and age. They're called The Map That Matters and The Gift of the Gab. What else do you need to know about me? Oh yes, my daughters are true blue social media influencers. They have actually got over 500,000 followers on Instagram and over 1.2 million followers in TikTok. So I actually listen to them and I learn from them rather than try and teach them anything. So hello and welcome. I'm Siddharth, and I hope that was a decent enough introduction. So the reason why I'm giving this introduction was to also probably stimulate you into kind of figuring out, okay, so I have a few questions, so maybe, or expectations from a one-day workshop like this. So I just wanted to figure out, what your expectations can be. You can either unmute yourself and talk about your expectations or what you want to listen to or what you want to learn about, or what we can also do is you can type in and I can address it, whichever way works. Yeah. So while I wait for any person to speak, what I also wanted to say was I'm not somebody who uses any PowerPoint. I'm going to have these conversations with you. I expect you to be interactive. I expect responses from you. This is not going to be a one-way street wherein मैं बोर मार के lecture दे रहा हूँ आपको. ऐसा तो नहीं होने वाला है. It is going to be a different sort of situation because I have realized that there is something called death by PowerPoint, and I don't want to do death by PowerPoint to any one of you. So does that work with everybody? Does we are going to have conversations. We will break out into some sessions wherein I'm going to ask you to do a few exercises wherein you can also interact with each other, come back, share your learnings and move on. So that's the methodology. Yeah. We will also have frequent breaks because the idea will be to make sure that actually there is some learning that happens rather than just me bombarding you with a lot of concepts because that doesn't work. And I'm going to try and keep it as practical as possible as well. So yeah, that's as far as I'm concerned. Any thoughts? Anybody? Any questions? Yeah.
Siddharth sir, this is Sukanya from Jamshedpur. I'm currently working with Tata Steel Utilities and Infrastructure Services.
Yeah.
It's a service-oriented organization, and what I would have as a take away or whatever that I want to know is that, yes, this is a very challenging time from all of us, especially for the service industry. And just to give you a little brief about what our organization does, it's like we are the same as any municipal corporation in a small town. So whatever a municipal corporation does, we do that. So in difficult times like today, the customer expectations are pretty phenomenal. So how does one go ahead and address that in a virtual medium, knowing the fact that in a small town like Jamshedpur, the internet connect isn't so great? So how do you reach out to our customers? How do we make things? How is the communication process going to be like?
Okay, so while we will talk about how to reach out to customers and how to stay relevant and connected to the customers, I mean that is one of the themes of this conversation that we're going to have. What I will do is also address your issue specifically about internet connectivity and how do you manage that. So remind me if I haven't spoken about it. We will cover it as in how we go about things. Will that work?
Right, sir. Thank you so
Okay. Polomi is also saying it'll be helpful if you point out what's the scope of the topics I'll teach. Yeah, sure, Polomi. I sent you an outline of an agenda, and I actually think that, for us to actually go through this marketing in a digital world, we need to understand it at 3 levels. First is we need to understand, okay, so how has the customer changed in the digital world? Then marketing, are there any new rules of marketing in a digital world? So that's the second thing. And the third thing is, okay, so if I have to create something, if I have to create a marketing and digital strategy, how do I think about it? How do I actually go about doing things? The way in which I thought about it, follow me, just so that I'm clear. See, none of you are going to work in a digital agency. You will have agencies to work and actually do the nitty-gritty. But what I thought would be really useful, because I understand that probably none of you are digital natives. All of us are digital migrants who have gone into digital land. So what I was thinking of was, if there is a way in which I can give you a strategic approach towards understanding consumers, understanding marketing, and understanding strategy, I think that is a good use of our time. Does that work for you, Polomi, and everybody else?
Yeah, thank you, sir. That'll be very helpful.
Okay, cool. So yeah.
Am I audible now, Mr. Siddharth?
Yes, certainly. You can call me Siddharth. There is no need for a Mr.
Yeah. Okay. So Siddharth, very sorry for that little bit delay because of some technical issues actually.
Not a problem.
Let me introduce myself very quickly. I'm Sanjay Patwanan. I'm General Manager for Impetus Division of Beacon Group of Companies. We are into medical diagnostics. Actually, we are dealing in instrumentation for pathological laboratories and the other chemicals and the kits used. Just wanted to, I think your agenda will definitely cover that, because what points you told us about this, how customer has changed, because even we would like to know our consumer behaviors in this thing, whether they are, they are aware about, they are coming on the digital platform or no. We are watching them right now, because, and then digital marketing, of course, how we can do it. And the third is the strategy. I think this agenda should cover, because I would be interested in knowing how we can apply this for building our business, because we are in.
Of course. Sanjay, so just to be certain about what you're saying that your business is basically a B2B marketing sort of business.
Correct. You're right. Absolutely.
So that we shall cover B2B marketing a little after we talk of some of the fundamentals, because it's a very interesting way in which digital can be utilized over there. So that is something that we can do too. Any other expectations, any thoughts, any questions, any comments? Because this is the sort of interaction that's going to be. We are going to be absolutely comfortable, happy. We are going to have this conversation. Kisi ko, upar se gaya, niche se gaya, just going to say, hey, I did not understand, please explain. We shall spend time really getting into the nitty-gritty of any strategic work that we do. Anybody, any questions, any thoughts? Happy to answer them. Otherwise, we can begin. Okay. All right. So, having said all of that, should we start then? All right. Okay. So, here's the interesting thing, right? Whenever I'm starting something like this, everyone gets confused between the topic that is today, that is marketing in a digital world versus digital marketing. When I'm looking at digital marketing, I'm looking at, okay, search engine optimization or social media and content marketing or Google AdWords or Facebook banners and stuff like that. So those are deep dives into how to utilize digital technologies and social media to make sure that you are getting your message across. And that's great. That's one part of it. That's a deep dive. But that is something that you can actually either give to your agency or learn on YouTube. Okay. What I'd be interested in talking about is marketing in a digital world, which means actually accepting that the digital world has changed. It has moved from the industrial mechanical world that we were in into this space, which means there have been some fundamental changes to the way in which this world is now reacting. Okay. And the COVID pandemic has only brought about, an accelerated change in this entire scenario. So what I wanted to do was to actually maybe talk you through some of the changes that have happened because of this digital world before we get into the way in which we market something, because that is the big difference between marketing in a digital world and digital marketing. Digital marketing is all about techniques, skills, and stuff like that, which is okay. Marketing in a digital world is the way in which you think strategically about consumers, about marketing, and about strategy in the world that we are living in. So I hope that the distinction is clear. Is this okay?
Yeah, it's okay, I think. Yeah. Okay.
All right. It'll be good if you just type in a yes or no. At least I know I'm not talking to myself. One of the biggest problems with technology, and I've done the shift as a teacher from being in a classroom and talking across with my students to just being online and teaching. And clearly, when you're talking and in front of students, it's very different. It is like being in a theater play, and when for a teacher, right? I'm experiencing that. And the second is I'm as if like I'm in somebody shooting me, and it is like acting in a film. So that's the difference for even a profession like teaching. It has moved from theater to film. So it's an interesting thing. We have to learn new rules towards making it work. Okay. Anyway, so coming to think of it, one of the ways in which we should try to explore the way this digital world is to actually look at the way in which customers have changed. Okay. So here's my first question, and I'd like some responses from all of you. How many of you think that all of us have reduced attention spans today? Reduced attention spans.
I feel so.
Yeah, agree? Yeah.
Agreed, sir.
Due to excessive exposure to smartphones and especially the scrolling feature across social media.
Okay, interesting. So a lot of you are agreeing. I'm suspecting that almost all of you are agreeing that you have a reduced or compromised attention span. All of us have. But now, here's the first question. I ask a lot of stupid questions, and I'm sure I'll get a lot of intelligent answers from all of you. Here's the first stupid question. If our attention spans have reduced, why then? Please explain binge watching to me. Binge watching is the exact opposite of a reduced attention span. Binge watching means that you're watching and watching and watching and watching and watching. On Netflix, on Amazon Prime, on Hotstar, and everything. What's happening? If there is in fact, a really attention spans have reduced, then what the hell is binge watching? Please explain.
It is not active watching, sir. This binge watching is somewhere not exactly actively listening to something, but rather being in the inertia of starting something and staying on the platform, I believe.
Okay, thank you. That was Abhishek, right? Yeah.
Sir.
You're watching, yeah, Rahul is saying you're watching content which interests you. Anukriti is saying interesting content. So then what we are saying, content in a story format is what Monica is saying. So essentially what we are saying is that if I look at the kind of content and if it engages me, then it's not going to result in an attention span deficit. Yeah. Sanjay, you have something to say?
No, nothing specific at this moment. Because certain terms, to be very frank and open with you, certain terms I'm trying to understand.
Sure.
Okay.
Not a problem. Binge watching is when you watch for a long time, when you watch Family Man from episode 1 to episode 10 straight up without getting up from your chair all over the weekend, right? That's binge watching. Yeah. All right. So now what we are doing is that we suddenly understand it. If I look at the way in which the human brain is, it has evolved over thousands and thousands of years. Do you know how many years it has evolved over? It has evolved over 400,000 years. So any physical change in the human brain is not going to happen within 10, 15, 5 to 20 years. Okay, that is too short a span. So your attention span, your ability to focus and all of that cannot reduce because evolution takes a very long time to happen. If on the other hand, if you're looking at the redistribution of the way in which attention happens, because there are so many choices that are coming in, then you suddenly have something going. Then you suddenly say, oh, okay, so I as a customer have more choice today than what I had, let's say, 5 years back. So I don't have a reduced attention span, I have a redistributed attention span. Now, why this becomes important is because if as a marketer, I'm saying, oh, I'm dealing with consumers who have reduced attention spans, you're going to create a certain kind of communication, right? But on the other hand, if you say, oh, I'm dealing with somebody who has who has the ability to redistribute attention spans, then suddenly you have to say, oh, okay, I need to create interesting content, which is not talking about my brand or my product, but somewhere it has to connect with his life and it has to be genuinely interesting to that person, right? Is this making sense to you guys? Just by understanding that, okay, it is, because we keep saying, hurry, attention spans reduce, okay. Attention spans are not reduced. Attention spans are just redistributed because we have more choice. Is this making sense? Yeah?
Yes,
okay.
yes. Yeah.
All right. Let's go down to the next question that I have. The next question that I have is, okay, fair enough. Attention spans are not reduced. Okay. Now here's the next paradoxical thing that we see about the digital world. Okay. We all know that voice is amazing. We all believe in, the fact that if you and I are standing in the same room and having a conversation with each other, it is the best possible form of conversation. And, everything the voice is an amazingly good tool to make your point and make it across and all of that, right? But here's my stupid question. If we believe that, voice is so strong and talking is very effective, why do we as a human race prefer texting over talking? What's the reason? Primarily, all of us prefer texting over talking. What is happening?
So what I feel is that in many situations, what happens is that emotions flow over any conversation, whether you are facing the caller through your video medium or you're just talking on the phone, and when you're hearing each other's voice, there's still an amount of emotion. Now, if you don't want that emotion to flow, I mean, I'm not talking about emojis as such, but if you do not want the emotional connect to be there or reduce any kind of emotional, so I guess a lot of people use texting because of that.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just one reason maybe.
No, that's a very good reason. Sorry, I didn't get your name.
Sir, I'm Sukanya.
Sukanya,
Yes,
you've said something really important. There's some other answers on chat because people prefer texting. You can text at your own time and space. It's easier. It's less time consuming. We get time to put thoughts in space. Samir says texting makes it easier to fake opinions and emotions. Very interesting. Okay, so you guys are genuinely getting into the nitty-gritty now. Okay, some people might feel it's difficult to talk face to face. Now I want to address this. Okay, earlier, so you're right. Sometimes texting is less time consuming. You can text at your own time and space, and those are good reasons. But I always feel that there are 10 good reasons, and then there's 1 or 2 real reasons why we do things. Okay. In fact, Polomi, it is the exact opposite. Sometimes you can not chat for a little while and you can get back. No, uninterrupted exchange doesn't happen. Uninterrupted.
So, but what I feel is that while I'm talking, so if there's a two-way communication, then if I want to speak the entire thing, and then while texting, what happens is that I might choose to not listen to the other person, tell my entire thing, and then get back to what he or she is speaking. But in talking, that cannot happen, right? Because it's a two-way conversation. We have to listen to the other person, and we might change and make biasness on what we want to trying to communicate. So I think that's also another point.
Yes, so people can talk over each other. Is what I think the reason varies from person to person. Asita, it's a smart answer, but there is a commonality involved. And you know what the commonality is? The commonality is a very simple one. Okay, when I am talking, okay, this is where I'll get all professorial with you and I'll kind of explain the human brain to you. There are 3 parts to the human brain. One is your prefrontal cortex, which actually does your logical and rational thinking. Okay. The second is your limbic system, which connects emotionally. Okay. And it allows for emotions to flow. The third is your primordial or reptilian brain, which is your very basic part of your brain, which kind of connects to flight, fright, or freeze. Those are instinctual responses, right? We are always toggling between these 3 parts of our brain. Okay. With digital, you know what has happened is that because texting has allowed us to actually communicate with our prefrontal cortex, which is the logical rational part of our brain, we are able to manage our emotions differently. Now that allows us a couple of really interesting things. First is that it allows us to gather our emotions and to present our best self to the other person in front of us. Which means that all of us today, because of social media and because of all of the stuff that is happening, because of your WhatsApp, Facebook, etc., you are utilizing your brain differently because of the technical ability or the choice or the availability to curate your personal brand. Okay, so when we are texting, we are utilizing a different part of our brain, and when we are talking, we are utilizing a different part of our brain. There is a very good reason why I have no PowerPoint. Now do you understand? The reason why I don't have PowerPoint is because I want to connect with you through all kinds of brain connections, because that's how learning happens beautifully. If I'm texting, I'm focusing on curating my beautiful personal brand. So if somebody makes a comment, if somebody puts up a post on Facebook, I'm going to create and curate my beautiful comment and think through it. So why am I doing it? I'm doing it so that I become known as a certain person in society, and we are going to get a little deeper in that, and all of us do it, right? I'm not kind of saying, "Ooh, I don't do it and only you do it." All of us are doing this all the time. Okay, we see it all the time, and that is how technology is actually impacting us and our brains by presenting more choices to us in order for us to use our brains differently. And one of the ways in which we do it is that we curate our own personal brands. Is this making sense? Any thoughts? Any comments? Yeah, Abhishek saying yes. Okay, makes sense, right? So one of the ways in which we have to understand yaar, the world has changed. The world has changed. What does that mean? That actually means that I, because of technological inputs, have started behaving differently. Right? Let me ask you now. Let me give you a different sort of situation. Here's my third question. But any thoughts? Any questions? Are you guys enjoying this? Are we able to connect? Is this a possibility? Yes. Are you alive? Okay.
So, Siddharth, one question. Then what do you think? What is more effective when you are communicating with the customer actually, right? So maybe the text will have a better impact, or when you present yourself, that will have a better impact.
Sanjay, I know that you want to come to the solution and you want to come to the cut to the chase and say, okay, how can I use it for my business? And I will come to the answer, but just give it a little time to think in, because I have to connect the dots over here, and I will get you. You will have your answer, right? Okay.
Okay. No issue.
Yeah, we've got some time to spend. We've got some time to spend. Okay. All right. So good. Here's the next question. All right. Next question, next stupid question from my side. Okay. How many of you actually skip YouTube ads? If you don't have a premium service, how many of you skip YouTube ads? And if you skip YouTube, I do. Yes. Most of the times, yes. Let's say 9 out of 10 times, 8 out of 10 times, I skip YouTube ads. Right. Interesting. Siddharth says yes. Okay. Avi Shekhar says no. Okay. He's the exception over here. Interesting. Mostly, okay, all the time. Yeah. So my question is now, okay, if all of us are in marketing and related fields and we are the ones who are skipping ads, how can we expect ads to be not to be skipped by customers? Do you get what I'm saying? So clearly we need to do something differently, right? We need to do something, because we have to recognize ourselves as customers. When we are looking at ourselves as customers, we understand, oh shit, okay, I skip ads, yeah. In fact, I did research on this along with another professor from Manka, Dr. Jay Trivedi, and both of us were trying to figure out actually the difference between the ad that you can skip after, say, 6 seconds. After 5 seconds, and the non-skippable 6-second ad. Okay, there are two types, right? And we found out that, here we go. We found out that people prefer the skippable ad over the non-skippable ad overwhelmingly, almost 100%. So while this answer makes intuitive sense, I was like, what the hell? For 1 second, people can't wait, right? And then I realized that it is not about that 1 second or time. It is about that power that we feel. We feel powerful when we skip that. We feel great when we skip that. Like, skip that. Damn it. I feel good. I don't want to listen to you. Okay. And that is so powerful. That is so empowering. And it is about the illusion of free will, the illusion of free choice that we have because of the digital technologies coming in. So we are skipping ads because it gives us back power. Okay, it's not just about time saving and efficiency and whether it's interesting or not interesting. We skip ads because we can. Is this making sense? And then suddenly you realize that, oh, okay, so if I'm skipping ads because I can, then what kind of commercials do I need to create? Do I need to create commercials at all? Is there a way in which I can actually look at marketing completely differently, because digital is giving various choices? Okay, and I need to be able to react as a customer and understand what is happening before I start thinking like a marketer. So if there is any one piece that I would like you to take away is this, yeah, just think about it from a customer perspective. How are you changing as a customer because of technological choices that you are in front of you? Then you have to behave differently as a marketer, isn't it? Right? So the YouTube ad is very interesting, and a lot of times we try to, marketers, what do? They say, okay, then let me put everything in 5 seconds. Okay, that's one way of doing it. The second way of doing it, let me produce content which people will not want to skip. Okay, let me produce an ad which does not look like an ad. Okay, so there are two approaches. Both can work. Okay, both can work, but there are two approaches. Okay, so everyone enjoying? Everyone with me so far? Can we continue? You're just exploring. Why would I want to put my ad on YouTube anyway then? Rahul. Now we are coming to the nitty-gritty, right? Why should I put my ad which is skippable? Yeah, that's a good question. Then what should I do? Okay, and how do I put my ad? And when is an ad more effective? Okay, that is what we will come to as part of when we get into marketing. But let's understand the consumer a little more. We've understood YouTube ads and how we skip advertising. Engage the first 5 seconds. Avi is one way of doing it. The second way of doing it is start producing content which people don't feel like skipping. Okay, so both ways are legit. Yeah. Okay. All right. So I have the next stupid question. The next stupid question is, okay, do you guys agree that you're reading lesser books and reading lesser today than what you were 5 or 10 years back? You're reading lesser, and the reading has been replaced by videos, maybe. Yeah. Okay. Agree? Definitely. Yeah. Okay. So so YouTube has book summaries. Yes, Abhishek. Sometimes replaced by apps like Audible. Okay. All right. Interesting, Asita, that you mention it. Okay. Now let's try to understand this a little more. Okay. I agree with you that we don't. Even today, as a professor, I read lesser. I listen, or I'm seeing YouTube videos. I'm learning from various sources because reading. What is the thing? Reading requires you to process it from your prefrontal cortex again, while video and all of that are connected to your limbic system, right? In the emotional part of the brain is also connected. So therefore, video will always beat reading. That doesn't mean reading is going to die, but reading will be different because reading requires a lot of focus. Reading requires a lot of imagination. Reading requires a lot of effort, which is not required in videos. Okay, so which is why, again, we need to understand how digital is impacting my brain. Once I understand how digital is impacting my brain, I can then utilize it when I'm doing any kind of new marketing. Okay, so if I look at how video has replaced reading, here's my next question for you, which is related, but now we will get even deeper into the murky digital world, right? So what is, if reading is so important, okay, but not followed because of video, and video is becoming really, really strong, can someone please explain why podcasts across the world and even in India are becoming so successful? I'm not talking of Audible or audio books, right? I'm talking of podcasts. If videos are so important and they engage the 5 senses, Abhishek, right? Why are podcasts becoming so popular? Do you know that the most famous podcast in the world, the Joe Rogan Experience, got sold for over 100 million reportedly? And so Joe Rogan has now become exclusively a podcast on Spotify when it was available on YouTube and the rest of it. So why do you think podcasts are? I'm hoping that everybody knows what podcasts are, but if you don't, podcasts are essentially something that you listen to. Those are like conversations or just monologues, or it's like radio but not radio, right? So why do you think podcasts are successful then? We can listen and multitask better. Abhishek is saying listening to podcasts are easy and portable. You can always listen. Interesting. I'm just listening to your answers right now. I'll give you my
So you
take.
can be anywhere. I'm sorry, I'm not being able to type in, but I guess it gives you the flexibility to listen to podcasts wherever you are, whenever you, whenever, and whichever medium that you are applying to.
Sure.
Whereas probably reading something, it requires your concentration to be concentrated at one time. Like, for example, if I'm driving down from my home to my workplace, in the meantime, I can listen to a podcast. But if I'm reading something, then I have to concentrate on my driving wheel, the road, and everything else. So I guess maybe this might be one of the reasons.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just, yes, there is an element of truth. There is listening to Avi is saying listening to podcasts very easily and portable. You can always listen multiple episodes in the form of a story. Maybe you're not, Rahul is saying maybe you're not utilizing your multiple senses and like video, so maybe you can focus better and all of that. So here's, as somebody who runs a podcast myself, and somebody who listens to podcasts, okay, I'll give you a very different take on it, right? I think podcasts are where you don't want to pay complete attention. Okay. You want to utilize a podcast while you can do something else. Again, this is a choice by a customer. So when it's video, maybe it's all encompassing. When you're Netflix, it's binge watching. Okay. When it's reading, again, you have to focus. You want a way in which something's going on in the background. Okay. And I'm doing something else. As you were saying, you can be driving, or you can be, maybe even cooking, or maybe you're cleaning something or doing some housework, or you're exercising. In fact, I use podcasts when I want to go and sleep. So I just put some nonsense on, some pitter patter going on, and it has the strangest comfort feeling that I can get, and I can slowly drift off to sleep. So actually, I don't want to actively pay attention to a lot of podcasts that I'm listening to. I just want some mildly interesting stuff to happen so that I can rest and go to sleep. So there are many ways in which we can utilize our brains when we understand the technology possibilities that are there in front of us, and we are doing it intuitively, right? So if I look at podcasts, that's the exact opposite of being completely involved in a video. It's the exact opposite of reading, texting, all of that, right? Can we count apps like Calm and Headspace into this section, is what Abhishek is asking. Interesting question, Abhishek. I think Headspace is a meditation app, right? Like as is Calm. And as somebody who has experienced Headspace, meditation is very different from listening to a conversation and drifting off to sleep. So that's even a different thing that digital is doing, okay, with these meditation apps. You also have a situation wherein podcasts are used because they are so interesting and you want to listen to somebody's and a nice story. You can use a podcast that way. But you have so many choices. The truth is that there are so many choices because it is free. It is free of restrictions from the typical restrictions that an advertiser's format has. See, earlier what used to happen was, okay, there are many things that used to happen. Earlier, I don't know, maybe some of you are old enough. The ads before Chitrahar were more important than Chitrahar because they were more entertaining, right? Today, we are skipping ads on YouTube, right? If I look at today and the way in which I'm consuming communication, it has completely changed. If you see a typical Saas Bahu series, you will understand that there is a certain crescendo that happens and then there's a commercial break, okay, a crescendo of emotions, commercial break, they leave you at a tenterhook and then they get back, and then they leave you at a tenterhook and then they get back, right? Now that entire format is dictated by advertising because the content creator is thinking, oh, I need to get this guy back after the advertising is over. So how can I create my content in a nice, engaging way so that they don't run away, right? Now that pressure is lost, completely gone from an OTT platform like Netflix. So what does that mean? I can innovate with the way in which I'm presenting content, because then I don't need to create an artificial. In fact, if you see a recorded cable television show, cable and satellite television show like any Saas Bahu serial, and if you actually forward the ads in the middle, okay, you will actually understand how stupid that format is. It is like the laughter track. The laughter track in comedy shows or on the rest of it. When you actually get rid of the laughter track, it is not that funny. Yeah, you know, the ha-ha-ha-has of the world, they're not funny. Most of the content is not funny. And once you get rid of the laughter track, you suddenly realize, oh, okay, it's completely different. Modern Family, in fact, was the first show that was a comic show without a comedy show, a situational comedy show, which was without a laughter track. And I think that was a massive change to the whole equation. So what I'm saying is that the formats of content are also changing because consumers have started consuming content differently. You're consuming podcasts for a certain reason, and podcasts are not like audible books, right? Audible books, you have to focus quite a lot. In fact, sometimes I feel that listening to an audible book, okay, an audio book, is more difficult than actually reading a book, because just listening, it's damn difficult unless and until your auditory senses are very, very good, and some of us are like that. It's quite difficult. Podcasts are not like that. Podcasts, you can go on and listen, right? So as a marketer, we need to understand how the consumer is consuming content, okay, and the reasons why people are consuming content. Okay, podcasts, we've spoken of a lot of things. We've spoken of Saas Bahu serials, we've spoken of cable and satellite, we've spoken of podcasts, we've spoken of Netflix, we've spoken of YouTube ads, we've spoken of reading, all of that, texting. I just wanted to open up your mind on how the consumer is changing because of the technological inputs that this digital world is giving. Now, is it something that, oh, this is completely new behavior? No, this behavior always had the possibility to exist. This behavior always had the possibility to exist, but the technological choice was not there. Today, the technological choice is there to behave differently, and all of us are choosing to behave differently, right? So as marketers, we need to understand that we are talking to different people. Is this making sense, guys? Okay. Any questions, thoughts, comments? Please share, because the more we share, the more interactive this becomes, the more of a learning experience it becomes for everybody. Any ideas that come to your mind immediately, which impacts your own business, when you start looking at consumers differently? Happy to listen, contribute. Is the space okay of whatever we are going through? Yeah. Okay. Okay. The question from Abhishek: is attention span a reason for Insta being more popular than Facebook? Interesting. Okay. Abhishek, this is a wrong question. Instagram actually connects to the 19 to 23 demographic. Okay, while Facebook actually connects to the 23 and above demographic. So you cannot actually say that Instagram is more popular than Facebook today. The situation might change tomorrow. Now, if you ask me if Instagram is more popular than Facebook in the 19 to 23 demographic, yes. Why is Instagram more popular than Facebook? And your answer is kind of correct. Okay. Attention spans are more visual, okay, for younger folk. So if I look at Instagram, it is a very visual medium. Okay. Facebook is more of a thought-provoking medium, which says what is on your mind. Okay. Instagram, all you're doing is putting the photo up first, right? So that is why it is actually more popular with the 19 to 23 demographic. Now, do you want to know something about the 19 to 23 demographic from a brain perspective? Do you know, very weirdly, our prefrontal cortex, okay, that I was keep talking about, that which you require for reading and all of that, is not fully developed till you're 25. Okay, which means that from 19 to 23, especially in teenage and late teenage and early 20s, your brain, even at that point in time, is not fully developed. So automatically you are going to look at stimuli differently, and automatically you are going to look at Instagram because it's more visual. Is this making sense? It suddenly makes sense when you understand how the brain works. Which is why teenagers act crazy. Yeah. Okay. All right. Shall we continue? Okay. All right. So now I'm just referring to my notes, so it's going to be an interesting thing. We have spoken about a variety of things so far, and we've spoken about a lot of changes that are happening to the consumer. Let us so we've talked of shortening attention spans, binge watching, okay? We've spoken of podcasts, we've spoken of Audible and the rest of it. But there is something deeper that is happening. And that deeper thing that is happening is something that I call information symmetry. Now, let me not give you the jargon without actually making the jargon very simple. Information symmetry means that because of the internet, the amount of information in the world is kind of more available equally to all of us than it was before the internet. Now, this means that earlier, a brand and a consumer, a brand used to talk to a consumer and give information, and it used to reach the consumer, right? And so the consumer was receiving information from the brand. Today, the consumer is right here. Okay? The consumer is right here, and so therefore probably has as much information as the brand has about the brand's products and services. That means it is a new equation. Let me give you a couple of examples of this. Let me start with my own example. Okay? I have seen many professors actually get jacked up by students. They don't have original material. So what they do is that they take material from SlideShare and LinkedIn and put together a presentation and then showcase it to class. But the class also has access to LinkedIn and SlideShare and all of that. So in fact, students raise their hand and say, Professor, you are using this SlideShare number 23 from this presentation, right? What does that mean? That again, information symmetry is like this and the professor is jacked, okay? Because the information symmetry is like this. Let me give another example. You know what is, and Sanjay, because you're in medical diagnostics, you might find this interesting. The biggest challenge for a doctor is the patient actually comes to a doctor knowing what their disease is and informs the doctor कि मुझे ये हो गया है, right? And the doctor is like, oh God, what is happening? Okay. Now, a lot of times, obviously, the patient is wrong, but the doctor has to be aware that the patient now knows way more, and it is not like a talking down situation which used to exist. And that's why we used to consider doctors to be gods. Today, the patient says that, okay, I know enough now to have a more equal conversation with the doctor. Is this making sense? Yeah?
Yes, you're absolutely right.
Yeah. Now, moving from teachers and doctors, let's go to brands. Imagine, okay, that you are a call center executive in a telecom company, right? And you get a call from a heavy user of telecom services. And they say, hey, I just heard that your CEO has resigned. And is it going to impact your services more? Because then I'm very concerned about this, right? My data requirements, I keep traveling and all of that. And imagine if the call center executive doesn't know because he has not accessed Twitter, but his CEO has resigned and the customer sometimes even knows more. And then there is an unequal relationship between the customer and the brand. These three examples that I just gave gives rise to the fact that information itself has become very different today in the digital world. Information is equally available to all of us. And because information is equally available to all of us, brands cannot now talk down to customers. Brands have to start talking in a different way to customers in order to keep them engaged. Is this making sense? Okay. Guys, any questions, any thoughts? Happy to answer them at any stage, right? Okay. All right. Now, if I look at information symmetry. Let me make it more practical for you. Whenever, let's say that you are trying to buy a new two-wheeler for yourself, what is the first thing that you do? First thing. Google. Yes. Okay. Google. You do Google. What else? What else? Research. Correct. You may ask somebody on WhatsApp. Yeah, I want to do word of mouth. Correct. Absolutely. All of that. Yeah. Right. Facebook pay. You can ask. Okay. I'm thinking of doing this. What your budget is? Sure. That's an internal discussion. But feedback. Google search. Yes. You know what you did not say very weirdly is that I will visit the company website. Now here's the weird thing. All of us think, "Arey, mera company website itna acha hona chahiye that it should be so good that it really clear, make sure that people love my product and all of that." As consumers, we are not doing that. We go to Quora, we go to Google, we go to Facebook, we go to WhatsApp, we go to this, and our journey is towards the product. The last thing we do is check the website. Let's see what the company says, because we don't believe that. Right? We believe more neutral sources. We believe Wikipedia. We believe Google. We believe Quora. We believe Google, all of that. We believe our friends. We believe word of mouth. All of that, because we've become more sophisticated. Now the marketer is dealing with this sophisticated customer with the same amount of information, or sometimes even more, because they know more about the competition. They know more about it. You are way more informed when you're going down there to buy a car or a scooter or anything of that sort, right? Is this making sense now? Do you now understand how we have to relook at this world because the consumer is different?
Sir, can I add something?
Sure, go for it.
Yeah, sir, I think like this is just my personal idea. I think it depends on a perspective and differs from product to product. As in my case, for example, there are many new small businesses that have come up during the lockdown. So, just to check whether a company, just to check whether if I'm choosing a product, just to check the background of the company, I guess we tend to look into the websites a little more. Whereas when it comes to probably a two-wheeler and a four-wheeler, we have a set of companies which are well established, like established brands. So we don't exactly need to check the websites of the company. Rather than that, we just talk among people, Google, and come up with the best options.
So while you're absolutely right that you have a situation when you're not you're launching or something, rather than and it's a small company, so your website becomes important. I still feel that we still pay too much attention on our websites and on our product and on our brand and all of that, right? And I'll explain to you, just bear with me a little. It's not that what you're saying is wrong, right? It depends on product to product, it depends on company to, all of that is right. But still, always ask yourself, how is the customer reaching me? Is he coming directly from us to my website, or is he going to ask somebody else? And we shall reach there a little. Just give it some time, okay? But I take your point. Abhishek is asking, does that mean we pay less attention to our company website and invest more on how we are visible on social media sites and search engines? So now we are getting into different kinds of solutions. Yes, perfect, Abhishek. One of the ways in which you can do that is this. And again, as we were just talking about it. It really depends upon what your brand is, what your competition is, how is the consumer journey, and we shall get into the consumer journey a little later as we go on this workshop of ours. But yes, it is certainly an option. This option is lesser attention to provider-centric communication and more attention to what is actually organically happening out there. Make sense? Okay. Any other questions? Any thoughts? Okay. So we've covered about an hour so far. And I just I'm very aware that my style is very interactive and very involving. Do you want to take a 5-minute break? Come back, because it's a natural break. Come back and kickstart again with something else, which builds on wherever we have learned. Is this working? Do you want to take a 5 minutes? Yeah? Okay. All right. Will you
Sir, if I may ask a question here?
Yeah, go for it.
So I've seen in some of the companies, the proprietors or the promoters, maybe the CEO, would go up on social media and interact. Anand Mahindra being the example here. Do you think that is somewhere also a good way to get connected with the community rather than, as you said, your company website is not exactly reaching out?
Absolutely. In fact, it's a very good thing. In fact, Elon Musk is doing a lot of interesting things too, right? If I have to take a global example, Tech Mahindra, certainly, it's certainly out there on Twitter, but Elon Musk has gone one step further and has said that we don't need a PR department. We don't need a PR department. I am the PR. Donald Trump did it so well, right? He was his own PR department. He didn't give a damn about anybody else. We shall talk about the different marketing ways in which we need to think through once we understand how the consumer is. But we still haven't covered one important part. We've covered a really good section of the consumer, but we need to complete our understanding before we go to marketing. Let's take a 5-minute break and come back, right? Let's say 7-minute break and come back. Does that work for everybody? Okay, all right. Hello, people. I'm back. So I always like to give these breaks wherein, because a lot of times we consolidate thoughts. So any ideas, any thoughts that come to your mind on how you can apply something like this immediately to your business, or anything that comes to mind like, oh, okay, I need to think about this differently in order for application. Any sharing? Happy to listen.
Hi, Siddharth.
Hi.
Sneha here.
Hi.
Yeah, so this one was very insightful. I'll just like to brief you about myself. I am working with Tata Steel Corporate Communications. I take care of internal communications. So for me, my customers are all internal, which range, I mean, the group is diverse in terms of age group, also in terms of technology also. Not everybody is as technically, I mean, what do I say? They are not very profound in, so the thing is, how do I implement this? Becomes very difficult for me to plan campaigns, because I don't really know how. I mean, I get the numbers, but I don't really know how to improve on those numbers. But what you just said is mostly for people who are very technologically, they are upgraded, they know where to go, how to go. But how do I reach to people, shop floor employees, for example? They, in our cases, they do not have smartphones. Now, for campaigns that we do, how do we reach out to them, to that group?
Okay, so the can we talk about the specific thing once we reach the marketing thing? But it's a very interesting point. How do I look at, the kind of people that you're talking about are the Luddites, people who are averse to technology, not really connected to technology. And we're going to talk about how we can reach out to all kinds of people in this workshop. What I would say immediately is to look at how two things, okay, for you. One is look at the people who are connecting technologically and see how the progression of your communication happens across the marketplace. Okay, and I will talk about it a little more in depth later. The second is find out if SMS works, find out if email works, find out if electronic holdings work, fine. And it's really not compulsory for you to use only digital, right? Digital marketing, which is why I said that there is a difference in digital marketing and marketing in a digital world. Marketing in a digital world means that there are people who are not using smartphones, but there are also people who are using smartphones, right? So how do you deal with people who are in your target audience, but belong to both camps? That is what we need to speak about. And there is a very nice way in which you can actually approach this. My interest is in teaching you a strategic approach towards, the real world situations that you will face. So we will come to that soon. Yeah. For
absolutely. Thanks.
Yeah, no problem. Abhishek is saying for internal platforms, everything works for a short while and then fizzles out. People no longer check company mails. I agree with you, Abhishek. I completely agree with you. And there's a reason why everything works for a short while and then fizzles out, but I'll be more than happy to know what you think. Why do you think it works for a short while? I mean, the interesting thing is that the fact that it actually works for a short while is quite interesting.
You are amazed that it works for a short while also.
Okay. All right.
Yes, I guess, I guess when something happens or something is working for a short while, that is giving you an indication that you need to change your mode. Because as they say, an interest span of a person, of a human being is really small. So once you see that, somebody is getting saturated by one particular mode of communication, you will immediately switch to the other.
Interesting. Same logic.
I have another point to it. I think that if something works for a short while, it's probably because of curiosity. People are curious in general. They would like to know, to click on something, and then probably they know, acha, theek hai, this is another communication or this is another campaign, so let's not go through it. So but clickbaits and all, these are all just for click and all. We don't really know that if people are understanding what we are trying to communicate.
Yeah.
So that becomes an issue. So the short while, I think it's only because of the curiosity thing, that what it is, let's see and explore.
Wonderful. Actually, between the two of you, you've said something really, really interesting, which we can utilize to start off our next session. Okay, and it kind of builds on to what I was trying to communicate on the changes that a consumer is going through and what a brand needs to do. Information symmetry. That's where we left off, right? By the way, what I will do is I will pass on in true digital style. I will pass on a list of keywords to Amitabh, and he can pass on the keywords, which will be a summary of all the learnings that we've gone through in the workshop, so that you can use it as quick reference. So instead of long listed things, I'll just send you a list of keywords. Does that work? So, for example, stuff like attention span and information symmetry and all of that can be a great checklist for you to just keep in mind. Yeah. Okay. All right. So that's my promise to you. At the end of the workshop, I will 3 parts of brain. Absolutely good. I'm glad you guys are into it. Prefrontal cortex, limbic system, and primordial brain. By the way, that's your answer, Rahul. Okay. So let's start. Okay. Shall we? Everyone there? Fully charged? Ready to go? Okay. All right. So here we go. I am going to say 5 sentences. 5 sentences. Okay. And you guys tell me what remains behind in your head after I finish saying those 5 sentences. Okay? Deal? Okay. Now, here's my 5 sentences. I am a very honest man. Honesty is the best policy. Honest, honest, honest. That's the only way to go. The truth and nothing but the whole truth. That's what I stand for. Mahatma Gandhi believed in honesty, and so do I. Honesty is even better than cleanliness and godliness. That was the 6th one. Okay. I have said what I have to say. What are you thinking about right now? You can type or speak.
Honesty.
Okay. Honesty. Interesting. Anybody else? Honesty, Mahatma Gandhi. That lingers. Okay. Anybody else? Honesty is important. Acha. You are honest. Acha. Okay. All right. Honest, honest, honest is the only way to go. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Can I tell you what's actually happening? What's actually happening is a certain part of your brain is saying, what a bloody liar this man is. Why does he need to say he's honest, he's honest, he's honest all the time? If he was really honest, would he say all these things? What is going on? Why is this guy going like this? So the weird part is that I'm saying I'm honest, and a part of your brain is actually saying, what a bloody liar, right? So there is a difference between the message that's coming through and the residue that actually remains behind in your head. And the difference between the message and the residue is a direct result of all the information that is already there in your head about the world and all the information symmetry that we spoke of. And here is somebody who's trying to say something. And that's what we believe as marketers. So we believe that our messaging is very important. We believe that our messaging should be consistent and it should remain integrated, and we pay a lot of attention to our crafting of communication and all of that. And while that is good, do remember that our messaging is not what remains behind in the consumer's head. The consumer's head, the residue is very different based upon the filters that the consumer is actually looking through. Yeah. So the message is not the residue. And which is why my definition of a brand, by the way, that a brand is the residue of perceptions about a product, a service, or a person over a period of time. Let me explain this again. A brand is not a logo. It is not a corporate identity program. It is not a tagline. It is not a slogan. It is not a communication campaign. It is not your thoughts. It's not your story. It is the residue of perceptions about a product, service, or person over a period of time. And just so that you know that I am not making this up on the spot, A brand is the residue of perceptions about a product, a service, or a person over a period of time. Why do I say person? Amitabh Bachchan is a brand, correct? Is this making sense? I hope I'm not lost everybody.
Sir, I have a question.
Sure.
Sir, can we also say that, probably, the first time you said I'm an honest man, probably, some people, they accepted it.
Yeah.
And when you kept repeating the honesty thing for 5 more sentences, it became like overselling of a particular idea. So when you are trying to impress, like, focus more on a particular idea, it gives the listener an idea about, no, he's lying. Why does he need to impress upon?
No, but just see what you are saying. What you are saying is that the more you give the message, the less I'm believing you.
Yes, I know. For the first time, probably it usually happens. The more a person tries to, when you are overselling or trying to impress a little too much on a particular idea, people become cynical. Like I would become cynical for that matter.
Yeah. Right. So Rahul is asking a very interesting question. But why is frequent rebranding required if brand takes a period of time to build? Rahul, what we're talking of, I'll just get into brand building in a little while in a digital world, right? But let's look at what Sukanya is saying. What if one needs to change the perception of a well-established brand? Okay. All right. Here we go. I'm going to answer both of these questions. See, brand building about 20, 25 years ago was a thing wherein you were trying to manage these perceptions from that information symmetry. This is the brand, this is the consumer. So a brand was talking, everything was calm, peaceful, everything was nice. Okay, so the set of perceptions was like a lake, okay, very placid lake. So a brand manager could make a nice picket fence around it, get rid of the weeds, put flowers there and birds and beautiful, everything was beautiful. Today, a brand is not made of perceptions which are like still like a lake. They're like a river. There's a raging river of perception that's happening. Twitter, Facebook, WhatsApp, this, that, and the other, right? Once you have that, okay, a brand has to kind of navigate itself through this river of perceptions that is being created around it. So the control is gone. The control is absolutely minimal for a brand manager today as compared to what it was 20 to 25 years back. Just think about what I'm saying. If I am trying to rebrand today, okay, if I have to change the perception of a well-established brand, or if I have to try and establish my brand, okay, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to struggle to stay afloat in this river of perceptions that is already happening. Most of the job is already being done by people around you. And I think brand managers need to understand this about the digital world. They need to understand that a brand is the residue of perceptions, but this residue of perceptions is being created in, a sea of perceptions all around it. And that sea of perceptions is what the consumer is in. So it becomes extremely difficult for us to stay relevant as brands if we don't know how to navigate perceptions, right? Which becomes so important for us to understand when it comes to, let's say, what shapes perception. Okay, so whether Twitter shapes perception, or LinkedIn shapes perception, or Facebook shapes perception, or holding shapes perception. Yeah, it makes a massive, massive difference. So first lesson is that it is all about the residue. It is never about the message. Okay. The second lesson is, okay, it is a river of perceptions that is there in any case that your brand is trying to. So the difficulty level is doubled, quadrupled, 10 times. Yeah. So frequent rebranding is not particularly required. Actually, even if you are able to manage a brand's perceptions in this raging river of perceptions over a period of time, it is still good. If you need to change the perception of a well-established brand, by the way, Sukanya, it actually means that your target audience has evolved. It essentially means that your target audience has evolved and you need to be relevant and communicate something completely different to them so that the right residue remains in this evolved target audience's mind. for best way to understand how best way to learn that as an artist, as a singer, as she was reflecting. So the audience that she was talking to, into spirituality, a period of unplanned was, Vogue, Madonna, because look at the way in which she evolved. So is to stay in touch with little stuff happening. Is this making? So
Siddharth, one more question right now. Refresh it. Set customers are. Essentially, they are people who have settled down in Jamshedpur. You have very few people who come from outside and they stay here in Jamshedpur for work and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. Now, the standard set of perception is about a brand. Like for example, Tata Steel. Tata Steel has been managing or taking care of the township for a very long period of time. Now the perception that people have in their mind, or the customers that they have in mind, "Arey sab kuch chalta hai, Tata Steel is there to take care of you, and you can reach up to anybody and whatever. There are no set processes." But now we want to put processes in the step.
Yeah.
Right. So my question is that something that has already been embedded in the minds of people for the past 100 years or so. Okay, how do we kind of change the mode, especially to a customer who is who has been enjoying certain privileges, or probably enjoying certain attention or something for a long period of time? So now how do you change? It's very easy for youngsters to change the perception, but for people whose things are already embedded, how do you evolve that change? Now a company can change and evolve, but how do you evolve that particular thing?
Yeah, so it's a very good question. See, there are two paths to success. Path number one was what I was talking about so far, which was about evolving along with the customer, right? But what you're saying is, oh, what if my customer is static? Okay, and is not connecting to the digital world or the rest of it. What do I do? Okay, in that case, there is another path to success, which is actually looking at people who are entering the category and talking to them, because they will be clearly more savvy, and getting them to talk to the rest of the market. We are going to get into that a little, as I said to you earlier, a little later. Just give me a little more time for me to establish the thought. But what I'm saying over here is, when the market is not changing, okay, what we need to figure out is that, okay, the target audience is not changing, then I need to stop chasing them. I need to look at the people who are entering into the category. Yeah, just have a thought about that. We'll come back to you. Yeah, in a bit. Has everybody understood the brand thing? Has everybody got the thing? So that we can now let's continue looking at how consumers are changing, and let's look at more ways in which we need to understand this digital world around us. Okay, up till now, let me tell you what we've learned. We've learned that, oh, okay, technology shaping behavior in ways that I do not completely understand as a marketer. I need to understand that. But we've looked at it at an individual level. Now, what I wanted to speak about was at a group level also, things change. Okay, and I think that that is the biggest change that the digital world has got to us. Okay, as to how people behave differently in group contexts, in social contexts. Okay, and let's take an example so that you'll know where I'm going with this. Okay, so just have a think about this. Okay, I want all of you to visualize. Imagine you're in my town, which is London, and there's a match between India and Pakistan, which is going to be played in a neutral country because India and Pakistan don't play each other at home anymore. It's a cricket match. Let's imagine it's a World Cup or some major tournament, and you all have come down for that tournament, and you are at Lord's or the Oval, and you're sitting as a group where the Indian fans are, and you are seeing this match. Okay, you've flown by, Qatar Airways or whatever, right? And you're doing all Pakistan hi, and all of that is happening, and you're having a great time, and India wins, so everyone's happy, and all of that. And now for you, you have to go back. Okay, you have to go back. Remember how you were in the crowd, right? You have to go back. You're taking a flight, but it has a stopover at Doha because, Qatar. And the person sitting next to you is a Pakistani. Okay. You're an individual now, you're not with your group. The person sitting next to you is a Pakistani. He's also taking the same flight, going to Karachi, you're going to Mumbai. You're sitting there together. And you start having a conversation. Because how do you kill the time? You are having this conversation, and then the conversation becomes all hum sab kaise bhai hai, desi vibes happen. Okay, all politicians are cursed, and they say actually at human being level everything is the same and all of that. So you are now understand that you are the same person who was shouting Pakistan hi in the match earlier, right? Understand this. But now you're on this flight. You land in Mumbai. Let's say you live in Mumbai, okay, or wherever, Jamshedpur. You go back to your town, and you have your family, and then the cricket match is there on television, okay, and highlights dekho, India Pakistan, tum the na wahan, wonderful, let's see it. And then again you're cheering on, and then the anti-Pakistan sentiment comes again. Okay, what is happening here? Are we all crazy, or are we all so contextual? What is happening? We have a group, we have individual, and then we have another group, and our behavior is consistently modifying itself and changing based upon the groups that we are in, and we like what we are doing, and we are kind of a little bit schizophrenic. Is this making sense? By the way, schizophrenic, I just mean in a very jocular way. I don't mean in a medical way. Why do we behave differently? What's happening? Hello? Anybody? Human element. Acha. To adapt to situations, people. Interesting. Need to be accepted. Interesting. Mob mentality. Right. Okay. Influenced by environment. Okay. We want to associate with groups. Okay. Interesting. Let me give you another example. Okay. Let's imagine that you are actually working in a metro like Mumbai. Okay. And you're living in, let's say, a suburb like Chembur. Okay. And your workplace is Bandra Kurla complex or something. Yeah? Let's just play it that way. And so you wake up in the morning, you have your breakfast, you read an online paper or offline newspaper, you take the lift, go down, meet the watchman, say bye to the watchman, take an auto, go take a metro, check your smartphone when you're doing it, go to your office, meet people in your office, say hi to your boss, avoid your boss, meet your peers, have fun, have a coffee, work a little, have meetings, have lunch, come back, say hello to the watchman, go back up again, maybe work out a little if you're into working out and all of that. I hope I've painted a picture in front of you. Now, do you realize that you're not the same person across the length and breadth of your day? You're different people in different points in time. You're different with your boss, you're different with your peers, you're different with, your watchman, you're different with yourself when you're alone. Yeah, you're different people in different contexts. And one of the core elements of digital is that we are able to recognize these contexts very closely. I am able to recognize that if you are on Facebook, you are not the same person that is on LinkedIn. If you are in the car, you are not the same person that is in the house. If you are in the house and talking to family members, you are like in a WhatsApp group. In a WhatsApp group, we are different. Okay. In a your Facebook sort of situation, we are different. We are different people in different groups and contexts. And it becomes extremely important for an advertiser to actually understand and manage that. Is this making sense? So then the philosophical question comes as are we that disintegrated that there is no consistency in our behavior anywhere? Sneha, what I'm saying is that contexts bring out different behaviors. Okay, within us. If we are in a group setting, we behave differently. If we are in an individual setting, we behave differently. If we are on LinkedIn, we behave differently. If we are on Facebook, we behave differently. If you are on WhatsApp, we behave differently. If we are, in transit, we behave differently. If we are in a restaurant, we behave differently. Now, today, what has happened is that because of digital, I'm able to measure how you are different, how your behaviors modify on Facebook, how your behaviors modify on Twitter, how your behaviors modify when you're using your smartphone, right? So that is where what we need to learn as marketers is that even in the same target person, okay, when I'm actually connecting to that target person matters. Behavior is extremely dynamic, and Sneha, it is unfair to say that as a person we are not changing, but the behavior is dynamic. Sometimes somebody might say, actually, forget what this person is saying, just see what he's doing, right? A lot of people say, see his actions, don't see his words. See her actions, don't see her words. So behavior sometimes reflects who a person actually is, and the person keeps changing. Yeah, behavior is dynamic, and we are now able to also read it, and now we are able to figure it out. So whenever you are actually developing something for this customer, we have to recognize the context that that person is. Is this person actually impacted by the group? What is the consumer journey over here? Make sense? Any thoughts? Any questions?
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, sir. Pranjali here.
Hi, Pranjali.
Yeah, hi. So my question is, the India-Pakistan scenario which you explained, in that particular scenario, our behavior towards the nation or towards the people of the nation is varying across situations. But the office or a normal day scenario in a life which you talked about is towards different types of people in different situations. So I might not tell, I mean, if I'm telling a hi to my watchman, even if there is nobody around, it doesn't mean I'll not say him a hi if I'm with my friends. I would still say him a hi. So I am still failing to draw an analogy between the both scenarios here.
Okay, all right. So the first scenario was to explain the difference between how you are in a group and how you are as a person, right? So that's clear, right?
Yeah, right.
Okay. The second scenario was to explain how you yourself are different when you're talking to your watchman and when you're talking to your boss. So it's not about how you're going to be in a watchman, there's a group involved, but actually how during different points of time in the day, you are a different person based on contexts. There are two kinds of differences. One is how you are in a group versus how you are in an individual. Second is how you are in a certain context, in a certain environment. Can I give you a really practical example of how Netflix actually did something which was really, really interesting, and how they managed to actually succeed in their marketing campaign? It'll give a different perspective to you. Should I?
Yeah, sure, sir.
Yeah. Okay. So Netflix, right? Netflix is a really interesting example, because what Netflix was doing was that it was talking to people who were actually just getting Netflix. So wherever, and those were the young people, right? So wherever I was actually teaching, whether it's the US or India, various places in India, or in the UK or wherever, right? Whenever we were talking of Netflix, forget the accents and the clothes used and all of that, people were talking the same language. When people were talking of Game of Thrones, or people were talking of House of Cards and some of the other episodes like Narcos and all of that, people were talking the same language. They knew what they were talking about because it was one particular demographic. But now Netflix had a problem. Netflix had actually skimmed through the entire world and actually had gotten this demographic across all geographies. Now they wanted to do a deeper dive in markets like India and Brazil and so on and so forth. So what they decided was to look at India and produce sacred games for India. So that's the background. Now with sacred games, they were not only trying to get the people who were already on Netflix, but they were trying to get people into the category. Now let's talk of, I don't know if you've seen a Sacred Games season 1 hoarding in your town. I don't know whether it was Calcutta or wherever else you guys are. But if you went to a metro like Mumbai or Delhi or maybe even a Pune, I had seen that. You saw Sacred Games holding. Okay, I don't know how many of you have seen a Sacred Games holding, but this is what the consumer journey looked like. Imagine that you are in a crowded city, crowded metro, and you are not part of Netflix's target audience. You are the part which Netflix wants to attract. Okay, so you are middle-aged. You don't know what Netflix really is. But you have a smartphone. You're sitting on the back of a car, or you're driving your own car, but you're stuck in a traffic jam or a traffic signal, and you see this holding. You see Nawazuddin Siddiqui or you see Saif Ali Khan, and it actually looks like a movie. So for me, if I'm not part of the younger demographic, I actually say, "Hey, ye movie achhi dikh rahi," because I like Nawazuddin, I like Saif Ali Khan, and I think that this is a movie. But this is on Netflix. What is Netflix? So then, because I'm waiting, I have this passive time, I actually go to my smartphone and check YouTube. I see the trailer for Netflix. And I say, wow, this is amazing. I need to see what this is. Okay. Who do I get in touch with? Acha, let me ask this guy on WhatsApp. Okay. I ask that person on WhatsApp. I ask somebody else on Facebook. They tell me, "Are ghar ja," and either your niece, nephew, son, daughter will download Netflix for you on your laptop and you're sorted. So I give a call. Word of mouth has also happened. I go home and I actually download Netflix, and I have come into the category of consumers with Netflix because of Sacred Games. So please understand what has happened over here. Over here, the two levels that I was speaking about have all happened. First, I'm an individual, my time, my context. Okay, wait time is more, Pranjali, absolutely. Wait time is more, so I'm actually seeing that. I am connecting physical holding with smartphone, YouTube. I'm connecting YouTube with WhatsApp, Facebook. I'm connecting it with talking to somebody and saying, "I want Netflix." Okay, and I go home. And this consumer journey has traversed in this digital world, which has physical points and digital points. This is omni-channel marketing, right? And this consumer journey is also dependent upon the fact that the consumer is in specific contexts. So a traffic signal is a specific context wherein behavior can be predicted. Is this making sense, guys? Okay. Okay. All right. So let's move ahead a little. Okay. Let's move ahead a little. Now we've established the fact that consumers are different, okay, in groups and as individuals. But let's try to understand these groups a little more. Okay, let's try to understand these groups a little more. So typically, what I want you to understand is that, let me ask a question to you over here. Okay, before that, see, we are talking of people in groups. Groups means tribes, tribal behavior. Nowadays, we call it very cool terms like community and all of that. Okay, so now I'm asking you this question. Okay, is Facebook a community? People can type in yes or no. Okay. Okay. Is LinkedIn a community? People can type in yes or no. Just say LI yes or FB yes or whatever, or both yes, whatever. Right. LI yes. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Is Instagram a community? What about Instagram? LI, FB, IG. Okay, interesting. Not really, Abhishek says. Abhishek, what is not really for?
For Insta.
Interesting. Okay. Is Twitter a community? Twitter, no. Okay, interesting. Okay. Is the Rotary Club of Jamshedpur North a community? Is the Rotary Club of Jamshedpur North or whatever, right? Jamshedpur Central. Rotary Club, yes. Interesting. Okay. Is WhatsApp a community? Cannot be a club. Sanjay. Okay. Rotary, yes, we have 8 here. Yes, okay. Sorry, is WhatsApp? WhatsApp. Nobody's answered WhatsApp. Is WhatsApp a community? WhatsApp, no. Okay. Yes, what? Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Can we have the professor's take over here? Can I give you my take? Okay. All right. So I think all of you are wrong. Okay. The reason why you are wrong is because all of these things that I mentioned are platforms. They're not communities. Okay. All of them are platforms, whether it's Instagram, Facebook, WhatsApp, Rotary Club, Twitter, all of them are platforms. Now, platforms are the place where communities can happen. Okay. So Facebook can have a community of your friend circle. LinkedIn can have another community, maybe a little lesser than Facebook. Okay. Yes, you did mention Insta as a platform, but everything is a platform, Sukanya. That's what I'm saying. They're not communities. Communities form themselves on platforms. Okay. So Insta, Facebook, WhatsApp, Twitter, all of those are platforms. Even physical platforms. Rotary Club of whatever is a physical platform. Those are platforms. Communities exist on those platforms. Please understand, communities exist on platforms. Now, I was a little tentative about LinkedIn, and there's a reason why. Okay, there is a difference between LinkedIn and Facebook, or Twitter and Facebook. What is the difference? See, features and functions are similar on LinkedIn and Facebook, right? I can chat, there's a feed, there's this, there's that, and actually, yeah. But the LinkedIn is professional network. Excellent, Rahul. Wonderful answer. Now, there is a difference between network and community. Okay, what is the difference between network and community? Because both exist on platforms. Networks exist on platforms, So do communities. What is the difference between a network and a community? On LinkedIn, by the way, as a platform, you can have a community. It is having more communities today, but still LinkedIn is has more networks than communities, and Facebook has more communities than networks. Okay, so what is the difference between a network and a community? You don't spend leisure time there. Acha. Interesting. Anybody else? Okay. So the technical answer, network involves higher one-on-one interaction. Interesting. Good attempt, Ron. Good attempt. Okay. Anybody else? I can give the answer in a minute, but if anybody wants to take a crack, happy to. Okay. All right. Communities are small. Pranjali says, interesting. Interesting, Pranjali. Networks are larger. Interesting. Community might have a specific purpose. Okay. All right. So here we go. A community has two components. Okay. Man is a very weird animal. Okay. Mankind is a very weird animal because we want to belong as well as stand out. So whenever we are belonging to a community, even if your housing society is a community, right? Or a housing society is a platform, but you can have a community there, right? The funny thing is that whenever I have the feeling of belonging to a certain place, and yet have the opportunity to stand out from other people in that thing itself, it becomes a community. So a class becomes a community. Okay, because the feeling of belonging and a feeling of standing out both exist at the same time. They're paradoxical, but they both exist. So it is with Facebook. You're trying to stand out. Mere vichar kaise hai? Okay, Instagram, my personality, my cool lifestyle. Okay, but what is happening is, so I'm standing out, but I'm also belonging. Okay, I'm also belonging to a specific set of people that I want to connect with. On Twitter, it is lesser because the feeling of belonging is not there. LinkedIn, again, the feeling of belonging is not there. So network is one where the feeling of belonging is lesser and the feeling of opportunity is more. So standing out is an opportunity. So if I look at opportunity and belonging as these two factors, okay, community has both of these factors. Okay, then you will say, but Facebook mein to financial koi nahi hota. What about that? So, but actually what is happening over here is that opportunities need not only be financial, they can be social also. The ability to show off is intrinsic in all of us because it allows us to have a social hierarchy, all of us, right? So therefore, whenever we are talking on Facebook, we also want to stand out socially. It may not be financially. On LinkedIn, we want to connect, okay, and the opportunity is there to connect to people who can actually help us advance financially and work-wise and professional-wise, right? But the belonging feeling is not there in LinkedIn as much as it is on Facebook. Now, there's a reason why. Because on LinkedIn, you're not meeting a lot of people who you're not particularly met in real life. But on Facebook, you're meeting a lot of people who you have had some connect with, okay, or in real life, either your past or your present. On Instagram, it's a mixture of both. It's so interesting. It's a mixture of both. And sometimes you're following people who you want to follow, like Ranveer Singh or whoever else, Virat Kohli, you're following on Instagram. So it's a combination on Twitter and Instagram. So each and every platform has various combinations. So Abhishek is saying, if I join a group of Mica digital learning with you and others, that would give a feeling of belonging, won't it? Absolutely, it will. Absolutely. And which is why it becomes then a community. The communities are of over LinkedIn, 100%. 100%. Because LinkedIn is a network. Let me also explain. All of you might have done, your post-graduation, MBA, non-MBA bhi, whatever, engineering, jo kuch bhi hai. Your classroom is a community. Your class is a community because there's a feeling of belonging and there's a feeling of opportunity also, because you want to get the best grade, you want to be the most popular, etc. But when you go to at a school level or at a college level, it becomes a network rather than a community, because you don't know beyond your seniors and juniors, you don't know. So therefore, because this feeling of belonging reduces. So if I look at, and that's why I think Pranjali was saying that, I feel that communities are smaller and networks are larger is kind of true, because networks can become larger because the feeling of belonging need not be there. But the feeling of belonging has to be there in small. By the way, it is captured by something called Dunbar's number. Dunbar's number is 150, because 150 is the amount of people that you can actually have a meaningful relationship with. Now, meaningful does not mean romantic or familial or anything of that sort. It can also be the relationship you have with the person who comes to work for you at your home. But it's a meaningful relationship. You can't have more than 150 relationships. That is determined by our biological structure, our brain. So whenever we go beyond 150, that is why organizations actually split into different units, okay, over a period of time, because that sense of camaraderie and that sense of belonging actually reduces. Think about this. There are a lot of factors that are making of a great community or a decent network. Pranjali is saying, why does the logic of Insta not apply to LinkedIn? Okay. Pranjali, I didn't get the question.
So you mentioned about us following people that we want to follow over Instagram, let's say like some movie star or celebrity or whatever it is. But similarly, we do follow certain professionals over LinkedIn. We also follow good brands.
And when you are following somebody, and when you are following somebody on LinkedIn, it does become part of the community. But I'm saying LinkedIn as a platform allows for more network than community. That's all. That was it.
So we can say there is no pure network or no pure community. Every platform is a combination of either a network or community, depending on how you use the platform for yourself.
Exactly. Okay. Exactly. Beautifully put. Perfectly put. Each platform can have networks, can have communities, right? There are some which encourage more networking to happen. There are some which encourage more community-driven things to happen. Yes? Makes sense? Okay. All right. So has everyone understood platform, network, community? Very clear in your head. Very important, because we are talking about group behavior linked to how consumer has changed. So this becomes very important, right? By the way, Sanjay, WhatsApp is a platform, right? And on that, you can have a community. Your family is the smallest unit of community. Actually, your family is the smallest unit of, because there's a feeling of belonging and there's a feeling of opportunity. You'll say, what opportunity? You have a fight with your brother for bragging rights at the dinner table, and it is still an opportunity. We are all hardwired that way, right?
Correct.
You also have family and friends ka group wherein there is some uncle who keeps forwarding those jokes, right? What is happening out there? That uncle is trying to actually stand out in that family and friends group on WhatsApp, right? The behaviors are absolutely driven. They are biological. We want to stand out. We want to belong at the same time.
Right.
Yeah. Now, sorry?
Yeah. I said yeah. Yes.
Okay. Sorry. So as when we are looking at all these communities, now let's get a little deeper into communities. Okay. And now after that, I will kind of share the practical applications for a brand to get connected with communities as well. Okay. And I think it will be certainly relevant to people, who are talking about just addressing Jamshedpur or whatever. And again, I think Sanjay, B2B marketing is very important, because actually B2B marketing is marketing to a tribe. Okay, let me explain what I mean by B2B marketing is marketing to a tribe. What is happening is that Sanjay and Siddharth are two individuals, right? When Sanjay and
Right.
Siddharth are meeting as two individuals, our dynamics will be different. But when Sanjay is representing being a buyer in a particular group and Siddharth is representing being a seller in a different group, our dynamic is going to be different. Our dynamic will be based upon the communities that we belong in or the networks that we belong in. Because we are not only responsible for ourselves, but our network. So B2B marketing typically has to look at networks and communities in a very different way. Because B2B marketing is tribe marketing. Maybe you're not marketing to Sanjay, you are marketing to Sanjay's tribe.
Right.
Yeah. So now when we start looking at, oh, okay, so if that is the case, then should I be talking to Sanjay or should I be texting to Sanjay? Okay. So you had brought this up, right? And I'm addressing it specifically now. Should I be talking to Sanjay or should I be texting to Sanjay? Ooh, okay. So now I have to ask, how will Sanjay feel important? And how can Sanjay stand out? And how can Sanjay belong to his tribe based upon what I as a brand am giving him?
Right.
Okay. And then suddenly my way of communicating to Sanjay becomes very different.
Correct.
Yeah. Have a think about what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Coming back, different kinds of communities. What are the different kinds of communities? Okay. So you can have a community which is like a physical community. The Rotary Club of Jamshedpur Central or whatever is a physical community. You can have a digital community. Goodreads, which was bought over by Amazon, is a reading community which is purely digital. You can have a physical plus digital community, which is typically the alumni portals. So you can have alumni gatherings and events, and you can have an alumni portal. So it's a combination of physical and digital. A lot of Facebook communities are like that. People meet and then they are also meeting in digital Facebook pages. Then you have a very interesting thing called collaborate and evaporate. What does this mean? People gather together for an event, okay, meet up, have meaningful belonging, all of that happens, but then they evaporate. Okay, and collaborate and evaporate typically is like an event. So event-based communities also exist. There can exist interest-based communities. Running is an interest-based community. Okay, or mixed martial arts is an interest-based community. Causes is another way of community, wherein mothers against drunk drivers. Okay, there was a mother who lost her child because of a drunk driver, started a cause called Mothers, MADD, Mothers Against Drunk Drivers. It's a cause-driven community. So there are so many kinds and flavors of communities that exist both in this digital world, across various platforms. And we need to understand that the person who is belonging to these groups at different points in time behaves differently, contextually behaves differently. Okay, and we need to be able to actually harness and we need to be able to manage these interactions as a brand. Nike, great example. Now I'm going to give you. Nike does that beautifully well. Okay, so there was a running community that already existed, okay, which was looking for some kind of sponsor for its activities, meetups and this and that and the other. In came Nike. What did Nike do? It did not actually create a community of itself. It just identified a community that was already there, and it created an entire platform for it. Okay, now today it is known as Nike's running community. But what Nike does in that community is it does not try to sell Nike shoes at all. You can wear a pair of Adidas shoes and belong to the Nike community. It really doesn't matter. But everyone has great feelings towards Nike because Nike is actually the core sponsor of this running community, which is this group of people who run from place to place. Now, they are so important because they are actually influencing so many different people based upon the community rules. Yeah. So a brand can actually leverage a community beautifully if they identify which community can connect with their brand's vision, goals, and mission. Is this making sense? So therefore, instead of trying to figure out, a practical lesson for any one of you guys would, instead of trying to figure out how do I actually create a group of people who are interested in my product, okay, maybe identify the communities that already exist, which support the causes that your brand believes in. Okay, I think the Tata Group is already doing a lot of wonderful stuff. Yeah, exactly. Based on this community connect. Abhishek, you said exactly what I was saying when I was saying it, right? How to choose a community? Maybe jumping the gun here. Yes, no problem. It's a good time to answer that question. Choosing a community depends upon your values and the values that a community represents, right? So if you are representing a certain set of customers, you have to, as a brand, reflect their collective choices when they are part of a group. So choosing a community is to reflect your customers' choices when they're part of a group and connect it to your brand, right? That's how you choose a community. And you can choose more than one community. It really doesn't matter. Like, for example, again, I'll take Nike, right? Nike also is supporting Black Lives Matter community, okay? And there's a very strategic reason for that. Okay, I love Nike because they're utilizing the digital world really, really well. So here's the example. Nike had a strategic problem. The strategic problem that Nike actually had was people who were over 40 in America, right? People who were over 40, white males, okay, were not buying Nike shoes more than once every 3 years. So Nike sales were stagnant. Okay, so that was the problem. On the other side, the people who were the woke, diverse, younger, multiracial crowd were buying shoes once every 6 months. So Nike knew which side of the bread was buttered. So Nike wanted to connect to these guys. Now, even before the Black Lives Matter movement became big this year, about 3 years ago, Nike supported a guy called Colin Kaepernick. Okay, Colin Kaepernick was this black athlete, footballer, who used to bend down on one knee when the national anthem for the United States was happening. And he used to do that because he was protesting against how blacks were treated in the US. Now, obviously, this was a very controversial thing. But Nike knew which side of the bread was buttered. So it supported Colin Kaepernick. Okay. Now, this act of Nike's supporting Colin Kaepernick really enraged a lot of people who said, hey, you're disrespecting the national anthem. I have lost a family member fighting a war in Iraq or whatever. You can't do this. Okay. So they started burning Nike shoes. Okay. They were burning Nike shoes all across the countryside. And to top it, one of those shoes actually caught fire in such a big way that an entire forest started burning down and major environmental problems were happening there. Now, if you were a traditional marketing manager in a traditional company, okay, what you would have done is you would have said, yaar, ye to PR disaster hai. We need to manage the press. We need to put out a statement. We need to apologize. We need to do this. We need to do that. Nike did nothing of this sort. Nike said, guys, you want to burn a pair of shoes? They put together the pair of their own shoes, their own product. Set fire to them. This is how you burn Nike shoes in a safe way, it said, in an ad. Now, guess what happened? What was the residue? The residue for the woke, diverse crowd was, wow, Nike gets me. They understand where I'm coming from. It also cares for the environment and it does not bow down to public pressure. Sales of Nike quadrupled because of this. And Nike has benefited by supporting, but by sacrificing in its positioning. In the digital world, what tends to happen is something called cancel culture happens very quickly, which means that if I am hated, okay, as somebody, I get cancelled out on digital media and social media very quickly. Now, Nike was clearly, there was a risk involved in Nike's behavior when they did that. But Nike actually saw the other side because strategically it was sound. They knew who would buy Nike shoes, and so they were prepared to sacrifice the other side. What do you think of this example? It's a bold move, yeah. It's a bold move. 100%. Takes guts. Yep. 100% takes guts. There are many more examples like this, okay, of community is being created. Opposite of what happened with Tanishq ad recently, 100%. In fact, Rahul, I have made a podcast on the Tanishq ad, and what I said in the Tanishq ad was that, guys, you have stumbled upon something which is so powerful. Why don't you get people to celebrate interfaith marriages, okay, by gifting them pendants and stand for love and peace and all of that? Okay, that would be a bold move. I know it is different in India, and the repercussions will be different, and the sensitivities are different, and the rest of it. But the core principle, let's not forget. What you guys need to think of is, which are the communities that my brand can actually connect with? Okay, where do my value systems lie? What is strategically sound? How do I make sure that I connect to the right group of people? Right? Is this making sense? Choosing community and sticking with it, follow me, absolutely. Yeah. Any questions at this point? Because we've covered quite a bit. Difficult to implement in Indian context. True, I agree. Do you want a couple of more examples of how a community was leveraged? Okay, here's another example. Okay, Gillette and toxic masculinity. Okay, I'll come to Polomi's question of how do we stick to the choice if it goes adverse a little later, right? There was this Me Too movement that had happened. Okay, a lot of people who were creepy males were, called out because of this Me Too movement a few years back. Gillette decided to change its brand positioning. Somebody had asked about how do you change your brand positioning. Gillette decided to change from a very macho sort of thing with macho and male comments because of a strategic reason. Gillette realized that the Dollar Shave Club and every other new entrant into this market was eating away into its market share, and actually the purchase for razors was happening even for the man with the housewife who was going out and buying groceries. So what Gillette decided to do was talk to this evolved housewife, okay, through its toxic masculinity campaign, wherein the ad, the commercial, was essentially about how men can be real men when they respect women and they don't really put themselves out there in perverse ways to make women uncomfortable. And it talks about mansplaining and bullying and the rest of it. So it actually hooked on movement with this concept of toxic masculinity and connected to the community of women because they were the buyers for Gillette men's razors. Men didn't give a damn. It brought out, as Polomi was saying, it brought out some adversity, because it brought out an adversity from the men who said, what do I care about this? I need a razor to shave if I'm, shaving, right? And there was some controversy or the other. What I'm saying is, whether it's Tanishq, Gillette, Nike, or any other brand that makes a bold move, please remember that only make the bold move if strategically the marketplace tells you to do that. Strategically, if the marketplace tells you to be safe, you better be safe. Right now, what was happening was that their market was drying up. Okay, whether it's Gillette or Nike or anybody else, they were looking at changing the way in which their marketplace was shaping, and that is where they were coming up with something like this. Yeah, so only go to a choice knowing that it is going to be adverse. Okay, because the strategy is sound. Yeah. By the way, another example of a great community is the OnePlus community. Amazing community. Again, connecting to a certain type of smartphone user. OnePlus decided to do something really beautiful. It got a premium for people actually saying, hey, I want a OnePlus phone, and actually, therefore, I become part of a community, okay, of certain kinds of lifestyle users. OnePlus, OnePlus has worked across the world. Any Indian company with such bold moves, does it work in the long run? Nike has been around, okay, I don't know how you define long run nowadays. Okay, but Nike has been around for quite a while, and so have so many other of these companies. Ben and Jerry's is another one. Ben and Jerry's is an ice cream company which has done something similar. Indian company, I would say the closest would be Tata, okay, which has looked at the salt, the Tata Namak, and all of that as causes and movements that it can connect to. Now, whether those causes and movements actually have communities or not is different, but the core aspect remains the same. The core aspect is to connect to a trend first of all, and then a movement, and then find supporting communities for it. So just so that you understand this absolutely well, feminism, the rise of feminism is a trend. Me Too is a movement, and there can be a community of women in one particular town, okay, with this particular thing, which your brand can support if the brand's values and the trend, movement, and community all connect. Does this make sense?
Yes, but it has always, I've seen, at least our company has always played safe, so to say, right? So maybe the marketplace did not demand it, and maybe that's the reason, yeah.
You should not do something because you're marketers, right? Eventually you're marketers. So you're not trying to do something because you're social activists, isn't it? So what you're doing is that you're saying, okay, I will support these social causes if it is going to also benefit my brand. Let's be very practical and clear about this. If you want to be a social activist, of course you can, that's a possibility, right? If you're trying to get your brand's values to talk, then it also has to benefit the creation of demand for your brand, right? So playing safe depends upon the cultural context, and as we said, everything is contextual. So in India, it will require some safer options to come through. But what I'll say is that the amount of boldness, even in Indian advertising and marketing, has certainly risen over the years, and your company has certainly done a lot of work in causes and movements and the rest of it. So let's not, beat ourselves up for this. Of course, it's not going to be as bold as Nike. It's fine. Doesn't matter. Does this make sense? Has everybody understood community, network, platform, different kinds of communities, how to connect community with trend, movement? Is this okay?
Siddharth, I'll just try to give a context here why I was trying to get into this topic more. So Tata, about a couple of years back, they came up with a rebranding exercise, and we came up with the tagline, "We also make tomorrow." That was an objective to connect with the younger masses. Right? Even though we are established, trusted brand of India, it was to connect with the 20s to 30s masses. Now, in that line, how do we create or how do we engage more with the community? Because this is the community that takes up causes. These are the communities that are divided in their opinions more than the older generations are. So,
one second.
Yeah.
These are the people is good thing to say. I'm not sure whether you've been able to find the communities. Communities are when people are actually organically coming together as a group, right? So what are those communities? You understand what I'm saying? So are they already coming together, which your company is sponsoring, or are you creating something which is out of thin air? If you create something out of thin air, it is going to face big challenges. If you support, that's what Nike's intelligence was, no? Nike's intelligence was, it was supporting something that was already strong and there.
Okay.
Yeah. Over here, you're trying to create something. You're trying to, increase the awareness of a particular social cause. Now that's different. That's really different from actually saying, "Arey, running community already hai, usko sponsor karo."
Right.
Yeah, how smart that is. No. Damn smart.
skills, right? Maybe we can put it like that. Okay.
Yeah.
So sports and scientific temperament is where we have positioned ourselves.
No, one sec. That is all internal. Sports and scientific temperament. See, sports is too broad. Cricket can have a community. Sports cannot have a community. Basketball can have.
Very specifically for certain type of sports, right?
Yeah. Absolutely.
That answers my question. Thank you.
No problem. Any other thoughts, any questions, guys? Because now we are getting deep into it and we will soon get into absolute marketing. We have already begun, but now we have begun to kind of close out the whole consumer thing. We are understanding how consumers behave as individuals. Now we are understanding how consumers behave as groups. We've understood various types of groups and the rest of it. Now we have a very strong base for how the consumer has changed at an individual brain group level before we now say, okay, now how do I market, right? So any questions, any thoughts, any doubts? Good time to actually, for me to answer those. Are you happy with what we are going through? Is this all right? Is this interesting? Is this fun? Is this informative? Major silence happening. Okay. 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 All right. Okay. Glad. Okay. Happy to hear this feedback. Now, what I'm trying to figure out is whether we should do a small exercise right now for you to kind of test this out for yourselves, or should we take a break first? What for a 5-minute or 10-minute thing? What do you want to do? You've learned for about an hour and 10, so I'm just trying to figure out what do you want to do first. Do you want to take a 5-minute break, or do you want to, get into an exercise mode? Small break? Okay. All right. So let's take a small 5-minute break, everybody. Let it all digest, and then we shall come back for the exercise. Yeah? Okay. All right. See you in 5. Hello, people. So I just wanted to ask somebody from the Management Association whether we have those groups ready. I think we do, right? Yeah.
Yeah, so I have, hi Samir this side.
Hi Samir.
I have already mailed everyone with their group details and the link. In case
Great.
they are ready, then we can, I can just open those links.
Yeah, just hang on. So let's just get everybody over here. I'll give the brief and then you can open the links. There's no
Sure,
point
sir.
in them
So you
joining.
must have also received the link, sir, in
I
your
have
mail.
Yes. But what I will do is I'll be right here for anybody who has any questions. But I would like everyone to break out on the small exercise that I'm giving. Is everybody around? Can we start? Hello. Sanjay is saying yes. Okay. All right. Cool. Okay. So this is where we look at, touching ground and seeing where the rubber meets the road. I want you guys in the groups that are there, you can join the links from the mail that you got, have a quick discussion. I want you to choose a brand. Now, it can be whether your brand or any brand you want to take, right? Take a brand, identify its values, understand the trends that your brand actually, a trend that your brand can support. So it can be an environment, it can be, something else, interfaith marriages, I don't know. You can have that. Then a movement, because a movement is different from a trend. Remember, trend is feminism, but movement is Me Too. Me Too is in a moment of time. Trend is overall acceleration, right? Which is feminism. Feminism is always increasing. Me Too came up and then went down. Yeah. So I want you guys to come together and say which are the communities that you will be supporting, or which at least one community that you will be supporting. You can check out Facebook, you can check out whatever. Okay, don't create a community, identify a community, identify a trend, identify a movement for your brand. Does that make sense? Very clear? What the task is? To have a discussion in a group to say, okay, what aligns well? Yeah. Anshu's saying yes. Anybody else has any doubts on what the work is? It's a small thing. It's a 15-minute thing that we are trying to do. So don't spend. Is this okay? You can choose your own brand. You can choose somebody else's brand. You can choose a brand outside. Anything, absolutely anything is okay. So shall we break out into?
I'm sorry, Siddharth. I'm facing a little network issues. Could you repeat the task again?
The task is to identify a brand, identify a community that the brand will support, identify the movement, and identify the trend. So trend, movement, community for the brand. Yeah. Take any brand. Take any brand. It can be your own brand, can be some other brand in the Tata group, it can be a brand outside. Absolutely okay. But what you have to do is, as a group, discuss the alignment of the brand value system with the a community that you think you can support. Okay. Identify a trend that you can actually take advantage of for your brand, and identify a movement if it's there to connect with you. Yeah. The difference between a trend and a movement: a trend is feminism, a movement is Me Too. Did you get that? Is this okay? Or have I lost you again, Abhishek?
No, Siddharth, got it. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So please, guys, it is I'm going to be right here. So if you have any questions, you can come back and ask me questions. I'm just going to mute myself and switch the video off, but I'm right here. Go for 10-15 minutes. Come back. We will meet in 15 minutes. If you don't have a question, if you have a question, come back here. Otherwise, you have a link. Please go for it for your group. Join your group. Have the discussion. Come back. Share your results. Yeah. Does that work? Okay.
Just one thing, everybody must have received a mail from myself, Samir,
Yes.
where you have the group number and links for the meeting.
Yes. Please join those links. Okay. Right here. Please continue to those links. Bye.
Hi, Sameer. I'm not able to join in. It's saying asking to join. Who will be allowing me to join if you can help me out?
Facing the same problem, Sameer.
So I am admitting you all in the meeting invite. 1 minute.
Hello, Samir.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, which mail you are referring to actually? I received only one mail earlier actually. I have not received the mail. How to join the group?
So can you just send me your mail ID in this chat? I will just send it again.
Yeah.
I hope others were able to join now.
No, actually for me, it's asking for a Google account and I'm not able to sign in using my, Tata Steel ID.
Can you try from your Gmail account?
Samir is asking me to install a plugin and it's stuck at the downloads.
Okay. One second, let me check.
Do we log out of here to log in there, or how does it work?
No, you can just open it another tab. That's it.
Okay. Samir, I'm still unable to join in. Could you help out?
So what error you are getting?
It's asking me to create a Google account.
So you don't have any Google. You can use your Google account, no? And then join.
Maybe it is not logging in for that.
Okay. One second.
Am I audible?
Sir, can you try using that link from your mobile? Because your mobile would be having a Gmail account, right? And then it will connect easily.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, so people are joining in this now.
Able to join in. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Group 1 is, are you facing any issue? I don't see anyone there.
Yeah, I'm trying to log in through my mobile, so it's taking a little time.
Okay.
Sneha, are you there?
Sneha?
Sneha and
Sneha, can you
Pranjali.
hear me? If you are here, please join in.
So, Sukanya, I think since Acha, they have joined. Okay.
Okay, people, time up. Let's come back wherever you are. Doesn't matter. It's all right. Let's come back and have a quick discussion. Please come back. Is everybody here? Hello?
I think group 4 is still discussing in their meeting. And group 2 is also in the discussion. Group 3 and group 1. Group 3 has completed. Group 1 is still in discussion.
Okay.
I'll pick.
Yes. Hello. Hi. Is everybody back? Hello.
One of it, this is just from out of my EA. I have not been able to Google, but can it be something like health conscious or team eating, conscious people?
Hello. Hi. You can hear me. Is everyone here? Can we start? Samir?
I am talking to them.
It's okay. I mean, we have to live with the technology, right? So let's figure out. Abhishek, it's okay. Doesn't matter process, because eventually it is to just actually have. Are you able to talk? Okay, we could just chat, Pranjali. Okay, just messaging each other. Oh God. Okay, well, that is tough. Okay, all right. Let's just try it out. Okay, I mean, I'm sorry that the technology has not worked out, but let's figure out what thoughts you have so far. So, group 2, do you want to go? If group 1 has got some thoughts, happy to listen to those thoughts.
Hello.
Yeah, hi.
Hi, sir.
Yeah,
So,
Pranjali, go ahead.
on an overall, yeah, okay. Thank you, Sukanya. So, we thought of because we had less time to think and discuss. So, on a broader level, we thought to take Tata Steel as a brand.
Okay. I think I've lost Pranjali.
No. I'm connected. So we decided to take Tata Steel as a brand and retail consumers like us as the community.
1 second, hold on. Retail consumers like us as the community. What does that mean?
For a particular communication to address with.
Yeah, but okay, interesting. Then?
Yeah, and sustainability is a trend that we thought we could take up for this year because a lot of sustainability related concepts are coming up. And we could not figure out what movement to choose, but on a draft level, we just discussed something on work from home kind of a topic, but we couldn't discuss further on it.
Okay, so now here's the problem, and I can tell you why you couldn't come up with a movement. Was because you could not actually identify a community. You just described the target audience, but you haven't said there is a community of work from homers, and there's a website that is there already, which is a digital community. Suppose I'm not saying that there is one, but imagine if there was one like that, right? Then that becomes a community that you can already harness. Right now, what is happening is that you're describing a target audience, right? And you're describing a target audience saying, oh, people working from home is our community. No, it's not. Because if they were a community, there would already be one. You understand what I'm saying? And because you could not find that community, you're finding it difficult to connect a movement to this. Is this making sense? So, which is exactly why I asked you to do this exercise. It's damn difficult to get into this mindset because we are all used to thinking in terms of target audience and not community. Have a think about it. Let's go to the other groups, find out how they've done. It's quite likely that everyone's done something similar, right? I'm totally expecting this. What about group 2?
Yeah, hi, Rahul here. For me, Anju, you want to take this forward, or I can kind of continue and you can pitch in whenever you want?
Yeah, you continue.
Sure, Rahul, please take it forward.
So, we actually had a, wide variety of thoughts. So while Tata Steel was one of the brand we thought about, then we also thought about Tata Pipes, and then we also thought about health related apps such as Cult Outfit or say Healthify Me. So while we found it quite easy to associate ourselves with a trend, so at times we were kind of found wanting to associate with a movement or a community. For example, for Tata Steel, we thought that okay, sustainability is one area where we would want to where the company wants to work, and also how one particular trend which is kind of relevant for us is how we are keeping ourselves relevant with times. Like we have a campaign of we also make tomorrow. There are quite a few of initiatives which are running across the company which is focusing on tomorrow. Say in terms of communicating itself, its brand to the relevant audience, say the younger demographic, or moving towards a digital way of working. So that is one. So we are kind of found wanting to associate ourselves with a movement or a community. Then we also thought about Tata Pipes as a brand. So Tata Pipes, we spoke about that it is a steel pipe ka brand, and there is a good lot of substitution which is happening for steel pipes from plastic pipes. So one trend which we saw that we feel that we could utilize over here was that a community was a trend where people are becoming more and more environmentally cautious. So the movement we could say we could associate ourselves with was say no to plastic. And then the community was kind of people again who were kind of environment friendly and would want to say would do causes which would do things which would make the environment better in the
Got it. So over here again, you're struggling with actually finding a community. Okay, and to I think you identified the trends really well. I think some parts you could have identified, but you know what actually helps is I want to look at mothers against drunk drivers. Okay, so I'm actually looking at mothers as a group, right? So that becomes a target audience. But what is a community? A community is a group of people that already exists. So the Deccan Gymkhana Parisar Samiti, okay, already exists. Okay, or the Rotary Club of Jamshedpur West already exists. Okay. Now, when you're able to identify things that already exist organically, then you are able to actually connect it to a movement. Movement, by the way, is a very difficult thing to do because movements only happen once in a while. So it becomes damn difficult to actually connect to a movement. Now, today's movement, the Tanishq thing, was it a movement? Yeah, probably it was a movement on both sides, right? Opposing for, that was a movement. The trend is something else, right? And understand the difference. Yeah, but okay, well done. It is a struggle. I'm not saying that it's an easy thing, but I just wanted everyone to get into that mindset of actually looking at a community slightly differently from looking at a target audience, if that makes sense. Let's listen to group 3 and 4.
Just one point, Professor. So actually, while we were having this discussion, one thing that came up was that when we chose Tata Steel as our first brand, what happened was we were struggling to find the movement and obviously struggling to find the community. Although the community was a bit, it was dubious, which is why we went to a health app, Healthify Me, wherein we could find out a trend or we could find out a community. But however, how is Healthify Me associated with a movement is something we had to Google. Okay, so all of this, but I feel is that right now when you were actually talking about a community is something that is already existing and we have to leverage the power of that community. So that is something that is actually much more relevant when we are choosing Healthify Me, because that is already a community who has chosen to choose healthier options, wherein in a world wherein processed foods are there and wherein the laziness is there, but that is an informed decision. So this is something that we can build upon. So that is one thing I just wanted to add.
No, thank you so much. See, it is, again, as I said, it is damn difficult, and sometimes it's quite possible that communities don't exist. Okay, then you have to try and create one, and then you have to try and create and connect a movement and a trend to a cause. Okay, but there is a significant difference in target audience and community, is all I'm saying. And I'm sure you're now realizing the thing. It's one thing to listen to it, but when you start doing the damn thing, it becomes very slippery. It's a very slippery thing. Let's listen to group 3. Group 3, are you around?
Hi, Siddharth. Yeah, so we started with actually urban company model. We were just trying to find out the three basically trend, movement, and the community. We were able to identify the trend as to how the convenience at home, as in like salon services, how convenience is actually changing the trend these days, and people are more comfortable sitting at home and ordering in. Second, so community is basically what we identified as was working professionals who don't have time for trivial tasks. Trend is again convenience at home. And third, we couldn't find a movement for this particular company.
You see, again, the community you said, but actually you described the target audience.
Correct. So that's why we changed the brand. So now we switched to Tata Agrico. So here, Tata Agrico, the community is farmers, where the trend is to basically provide a new age technology to all our farmers and ease of information on one single platform, right? Related to all the rates and everything. That is our trend. And movement is the farmers' protest that we are.
What's happening? Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, so that is what we came.
Perfect. I think well done on shifting also the brand, because yes, you're right. I mean, the first one was more of a target audience. The second one is clearly a community. We can sense of belonging, sense of opportunity, both there, right?
Yeah, sure. So if Anukriti, Soumya, or Abhishek, you want to add to it, yeah, please.
I just want to highlight this point that from shifting from urban company to Tata Agrico, the main agenda was the movement that's going on. From there, we could relate to farmers and then to Tata Agrico.
Perfect. Well done. Okay. Very good. Group 4. Let's listen from Group 4.
Hello, Siddharth. If I may take this opportunity to represent the team. So the company that we chose, we went ahead with is Dabur India Limited, which is a 135-year-old company. And the core values of the company are that they're dedicated to the health and well-being of every household, and they position a range of herbal and Ayurvedic personal care products to meet this.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, community is still a target audience for us because it mostly targets across communities to all health conscious people. And recently they've also targeted mostly on millennials.
Yeah.
And this is going by their trend of investing into going herbal and creating more products in the range of immunity boosters. That has also picked up a lot in 2020 due to the pandemic. The movement that they have been a part of due to these, to position this trend better, is the Greener Tomorrow movement, where they have collaborated with NGOs to save many spices that have relevance in the medical field today, and then creating products based on it and teaching these communities how to garden them themselves. And also the Atma Raksha movement with Dabur Honey, which has come up recently, which is targeting on the immunity boosters bit.
Yeah, perfect. I think that I'm glad you recognize that there is a difference between target audience and community. I think all groups, probably everyone in this workshop has understood the difference between a target audience and a community now. A community is something that already exists. It has a sense of belonging and a sense of opportunity, and something that you find on Facebook or on Twitter, or somebody's influencer based community or whatever, jo kuch bhi hai. And it's very different from target audience. Your community cannot be your target audience. It's either your target audience, which is fine. Okay, it's quite not necessary for every brand to connect to a community, right? But if it is there, it's excellent. It is not necessary for any brand to connect to a trend or a movement, but if it is there, it's excellent and it should be leveraged. But we should also know that, okay, these tools are there and they will help us in the digital world if we are able to think like that, think strategically like that. So whenever we are actually thinking of developing a strategy for a brand and trying to develop, let's say, eventually, content for the brand on a content calendar or whatever, we actually need to consider all of these things strategically. So before we get in touch with our agency, or before we say, apna campaign kya hai? Okay, what we need to figure out are some other things about the consumer and various aspects of the consumer which are typically not considered. Because we say apna demographic ye hai, target audience ye hai, what are we targeting? Chalo Facebook pe dalte hai, Google pe dalte hai, what are we getting? Performance marketing, etc. Right? But actually, that means we are not thinking strategically. What we are thinking of as digital is just like another channel, like television is a channel and print is a channel. Digital is another channel. Digital is not another channel. Digital is the whole world, because the consumer is changing. So we need to figure out how consumers are behaving, and are there innovative ways of reaching out to communities, networks, which platforms can we talk, which contexts can we talk to them, what are the contexts that are amenable, what is the consumer journey. Is this making sense, guys? Okay. All right. So now I want you guys to take a look at a video. Okay, it's a 5-minute video, not very long, but it's a fun video. I want you to see it. Okay, I'm going to give you the YouTube link on the chat here. Once we are done with the video, then we shall talk about it. This is one of the core laws of marketing in the digital world, not explained well at all in any marketing textbook or any marketing class or anything of that sort. I want you guys to see it. It is a marketing thing without it being marketing. It's a fun watch, 5 minutes. May I just share the link with you? Yeah, just hang on a minute. After you finish seeing the link, please just say done, chat done on the, can we get it over mail? Why, Rahul? I'm just can't open YouTube.
So we are not allowed to open YouTube links on the Tata Steel laptops.
Oh, I see.
Oh, I see.
Do you have a phone?
Yes, sir, we do have a phone.
Okay. So can I just tell you what to type in YouTube? I can share the video here. This video. But it's still on YouTube, right?
Yeah, so you have to tell us what to type on YouTube.
Okay.
That
Okay, just type this. Okay, I'm just typing it.
Okay, corporate communication has YouTube access. So if you want me to share my screen while I play this,
yes,
I can always do that.
Please do that. Please do that.
Organizer, could you give me access to share the screen? Maybe if I could play the video here on GoToMeeting.
Samir, can you do that?
Vinay here, sir.
Can you get can you help somebody share the screen?
Yes, sir, sure, sir. So, who's wanting to share this screen, sir?
I'll be sharing the screen. If I can play, I'm just going to check because I've never done this in GoToMeeting. If I can play a video here, just share my screen so I can play the video.
Yeah, Abhishek, you are the presenter now. You can share the screen.
Sure, just a second.
Watch a movement happen, start to finish in under 3 minutes.
Can you do?
So ladies and gentlemen, at TED, we talk a lot about leadership and how to make a movement. So let's watch a movement happen, start to finish in under 3 minutes and dissect some lessons from it. First, of course, you know, a leader needs the guts to stand out and be ridiculed. But what he's doing is so easy to follow. So here's his first follower with a crucial role. He's going to show everyone else how to follow. Now notice that the leader embraces him as an equal. So now it's not about the leader anymore, it's about them, plural. Now there he is calling to his friends. Now if you notice that the first follower is actually an underestimated form of leadership in itself. It takes guts to stand out like that. The first follower is what transforms a lone nut into a leader. And here comes a second follower. Now it's not a lone nut, it's not two nuts. 3 is a crowd, and the crowd is news. So a movement must be public. It's important to show not just the leader, but the followers, because you find that new followers emulate the followers, not the leader. Now here come 2 more people, and immediately after, 3 more people. Now we've got momentum. This is the tipping point. Now we've got a movement. So notice that as more people join in, it's less risky. So those that were sitting on the fence before now have no reason not to. They won't stand out. They won't be ridiculed, but they will be part of the in crowd if they hurry. So over the next minute, you'll see all of the those that prefer to stick with the crowd, because eventually they would be ridiculed for not joining in. And that's how you make a movement. But let's recap some lessons from this. So first, if you are the type, like the shirtless dancing guy, that is standing alone, remember the importance of nurturing your first few followers as equals. So it's clearly about the movement, not you. Okay, but we might have missed the real lesson here. The biggest lesson, if you noticed, did you catch it? Is that leadership is over-glorified. That yes, it was the shirtless guy was first, and he'll get all the credit, but it was really the first follower that transformed the lone nut into a leader. So as we're told that we should all be leaders, that would be really ineffective. If you really care about starting a movement, have the courage to follow and show others how to follow. And when you find a lone nut doing something great, have the guts to be the first one to stand up and join in. And what a perfect place to do that, TED. Thanks.
Thank you, Abhijit. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know how many of you could see that clearly, but I hope you saw that. It's a really fun video. It's about some drunken guy at a picnic / party who just goes up and starts dancing to, music, and then slowly but surely people start following him. But the way in which they start following him is the interesting part. Could you guys see it? What are your thoughts for all those people who could actually understand what was going on? Could you actually see what was happening? Hello? Anybody? You could see, Sanjay? Okay, so what's the interesting thing about this dance thing? Okay, this is a big marketing law.
What I understand is, the guts of the first guy who started dancing, and then the presenter says on the follower also. The first follower is very important actually, and when the first guy started following, the entire crowd followed. So I believe the first guy's guts are quite important actually.
That's true. Now, here's any other comment, any other observation? Abhishek, you've seen it. So what do you think?
No, so this was pretty, I felt it was pretty animalistic because it didn't have a logic to it. But yes, people followed, and it doesn't necessarily, it takes guts to start, but and it takes guts to follow for the second. But once it becomes a third, it becomes a new trend and a movement. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So now here's the interesting thing. Okay. We've all always wanted to get something viral. Okay. यार एक viral video होना चाहिए life में. Okay. For our brand. But whenever you say we want a viral video, that is the worst way to get a viral video. Okay. So that is the first thing. Virality, on the other hand, actually happens in real life beautifully and organically. And we just saw it happen. But here, you know what the most interesting thing about this video is? The most interesting thing about this video is that if I look at that group as target audience, they were demographically, psychographically the same. Okay, they were all of a certain age, they were at a party, they had probably similar income, similar education, and all of that. However, to the stimulus, all of them were responding differently. Please understand. Even though they were of the same target group, same target audience, to the stimulus, which is the music and the drunken first guy, the mad fellow who was dancing, everybody didn't stand up at the same time and start dancing. It was a trickle, okay? And then it became bigger and bigger and bigger. And this, my friends, is called the law of diffusion of innovation, okay? Or how virality actually happens in real life. So if I look at all the brands that have used this law really, really well, have succeeded beyond their hopes and dreams. Because they have all used the law of diffusion of innovation, which says that all members of your target audience are not the same. Okay, the people who are the early adopters and the innovators are the ones who will embrace your brand, okay, because your brand just speaks to them. The people who are in the early majority are the ones who are risk averse, and they will only join if the early adopters and innovators convince them along with other things. Then you have the late majority who are even slower to join the party. Okay, and then there are those laggards who will not join the party. मुझे इधर कुछ नाचने का नहीं है, मुझे इधर बैठ के सिर्फ बियर पीने का है, right? So that's what they will say, and at the party also they will not move. So actually, this is a very natural tendency to happen in real life, and this should be captured by marketing, and especially marketing in a digital world. It actually means that we have to treat the same target audience differently based upon how they are reacting to product and service stimuli or brand stimuli. Let's talk about these separate groups of people in a little detail. So if I look at early adopters, they are the ones who see the business or emotional value in the product. They just connect with it like this, okay? The innovators connect to the technology. So early adopters and innovators are different. They move, but innovators move towards the technology. The early adopters move towards the business and emotional value. And the funny thing is, we are all early adopters and innovators for different product categories. So I might be an early adopter for books, you might be an early adopter for music, somebody else might be, an innovator and early adopter for electronics, and so on and so forth. So every sector, every category actually has early adopters, innovators, early majority, late majority, and laggards. I might be a laggard somewhere, I might be an early adopter somewhere else, depending upon the sector or category. Now, for a brand, I need to know who my early adopters and innovators actually are, because they are the ones who will connect to the trend and the movement first. The early majority, as opposed to the early adopters and innovators, are the ones who are risk averse. They are utilizing their prefrontal cortex, while the early adopters and innovators are using their limbic system. The early majority is using the prefrontal cortex and weighing the pros and cons of a situation. It's like this. Suppose there's a group of your friends and somebody says, "Chalo yaar, let's see Gully Boy." Okay, he's the early adopter or innovator, right? Somebody else says, "Acha hai kya picture? Okay, are you sure it is? Kuch arty varty to suna hai, and mujhe rap nahi aata hai." So those kind of people. But they'll say, "Okay, even the critics are saying it, the trailer looks good, and even this enthusiastic cutlet is saying the same thing. So now let me go and see this film." So you see the film. The late majority are people who are actually having a lot of inertia. They are not risk averse or anything, but they are the ones who have the FOMO. They're like, "Arey yaar, if everybody is dancing, then let us also dance." They're different from the early majority. Early majority is risk averse, but they will jump. Okay. When early majority jumps, because there is enough of innovators and early adopters and the advertising and everything is working well, that is called the tipping point, as Malcolm Gladwell says. That represents about 10 to 13% of the marketplace. Now, beyond the 10 to 13% of the marketplace is when your brand actually enters mainstream. It becomes big. Early majority is when your brand becomes big, when the brand gets into early majority. Late majority, as I was saying, are the ones who have inertia, but they will have enough FOMO to move. Okay, so they're different from early majority that way. Laggards are the ones who are actually like early adopters and innovators, but on the other side. Okay, they are the ones who have exact opposite feelings towards the product. Like, mujhe smartphone nahi kharidna hai. Why should I buy a smartphone? I just need to voice and that's it. And for emergencies, I don't need to this nonsense. So they will have views which are strong on the other side, right? So I hope everyone's understood the law of diffusion of innovation and how it moves, and what early adopters, innovators, early majority, late majority, and laggards actually are. They're part of the same target audience, but they behave differently to product stimuli. Is this making sense?
So the idea is to kind of identify the the innovators and early adopters and kind of nurture them, so to hope that things go viral.
Now, it depends upon where your brand is, right? Your brand might be over 12 to 13% of the market share, which means that you are in early majority. Then there's no point talking to early adopters and innovators. Then you have to talk to early majority, and the language of communication needs to be different. It needs to be saying, "Hey, I recognize that you want to see this." It has to be rational. It has to talk to the prefrontal cortex, right? So it really depends.
Right.
Yeah. Brand launching is a brand.
Launching a new product.
Yeah. When you're launching a product, it has to be to early adopters and innovators, right? Has to be. Wonderful examples of this would be Apple, right? Apple fanboys stand in line for the same phone that you can buy 1 week later, right? off the shore without standing in line all night, but they do because they are the fan. They want to have it first. The product is an extension of their personalities and characters. Is this making sense?
Yeah.
The wonderful thing is that in the digital world, we are able to identify these, right? Whenever we are launching, we are able to identify the early adopters and innovators. We are able to understand how to talk to early majority. We are able to actually distinguish. Yeah. So even if I look at how Facebook became big, okay, how did Facebook become big? In about 2005, I actually was called to give strategic advice to People Interactive. They had a social network which was Indian of origin called Fropper, Friend Hopper, don't ask me. At that point in time, Orkut was big and MySpace was big and Facebook was nowhere. I had interviewed a lot of super heavy users to find out, okay, which social media do they prefer and why. And all of them were saying, Facebook is shit, won't work, it's too private, and MySpace rocks, and Friendster rocks, and Orkut rocks, and all of that. 1 year later, everybody was on Facebook. Now, why did that happen? But if I think about it, who did those people represent is a very important question. Facebook started in Harvard, so the early adopters and innovators were people within Harvard. They were very aspirational to the other colleges. Okay, please understand the use of aspiration over here. They were very aspirational to the other colleges, so people started joining in, got over their inhibitions onto a new social network, which was managed by not geeks, because Orkut was ruled by geeks, okay, not geeks, but regular people who are academic rock stars. So all the colleges in the US, those were the early majority. Late majority was when India and Europe and the rest of the world came in. Okay, so understanding the law of diffusion of innovation, when people in India, which is now today Facebook's biggest market, okay, was so late onto the game because it represented in that particular technology category, it represented being in the early majority, or sorry, the late majority. Is this making sense? Just so that you get, this is not a digital phenomenon, let me take a non-digital example. Okay, let's talk about Patanjali. Okay, now if I look at Patanjali, what we see, okay, is that now it all comes together, right? There was a trend. The trend was towards yoga, nationalism, patriotism, and staying fit through Ayurveda. The movement was the yoga movement started by Baba Ramdev on Astha, which was the channel. Okay, think about it. There was an influencer in Baba Ramdev, and then there was Patanjali. So trend, movement, community through Astha channel, okay, and influencer, all were there, okay, and then the early adopters and innovators were the ones who were actually already hooked on to Baba Ramdev and yoga, and they decided to sample Patanjali's products. They found it useful. Patanjali's problem started in a little while, but let me explain. Then it moved on to the rest of the market. It got into early majority, late majority. I'm not talking of the politics and the conspiracy theories behind it. I'm just talking of the law of diffusion of innovation and how it went. Okay. The interesting thing is that once I understand how this works, we can also understand why Patanjali again had a problem. The problem was that the audience was evolving. When the audience was evolving, actually the early adopters and innovators were getting very old, and then the decision makers in the family became younger old people. Younger old people did not necessarily connect to yogic values. Okay, they connected maybe to the gym, maybe they connected to the treadmill, maybe they connected to walks, etc. And they were certainly not connected to Baba Ramdev as an entity. Okay, when that happened, because the audience started dissolving, new people coming into the category, the new early adopters and innovators did not take it up. This works really well in understanding any product or brand. Take Harley Davidson. Harley Davidson as a brand has always, all types of brands, Abhishek, all types of brands. Take Harley Davidson. Okay, Harley Davidson, very interesting. Again, niche product. Why? It never went beyond 12 to 13%. Okay, it was successful only in its product extensions like t-shirts and stuff like that, right? That's when Harley Davidson actually became successful in extensions towards reaching the rest of the market. But it preferred being niche, but it came at a big disadvantage because now today, you know what has happened to Harley Davidson, especially in India. Okay, remaining niche is a challenge in adverse conditions because then you're only talking to early adopters and innovators, people who just get it. But once you're trying to go to early majority, you have to change the way in which your brand's communication happens. You know, all of that advertising mix happens, the influencer marketing happens, all of those components start changing. And the law of diffusion of innovation actually comes into play, right? Take Netflix. We talked of Netflix, but I'm just repeating it once more. If I look at Netflix, what Netflix was doing was it was skimming the market, right? Across geographies, it was only looking at early adopters and innovators, across. Once it finished, it had to take those deep dives, right? That's when they moved in the market share and became mainstream and got into early majority and late majority, right? So it works in Patanjali, it works in Apple, it works across brands. Whenever a brand is launched, there will be some people who will have a stronger affinity towards your product or brand because it speaks to them. Okay, that speaking to them is nothing but connecting in the limbic system in a manner that allows them to be absolutely enthusiastic because that brand becomes an extension of their personality and character. For us as marketing managers, it becomes extremely important for us to know who these people are, what community they belong to, what trend they follow, what movement they have, and put it all together and talk to them first, because they are the ones who do the word of mouth for the law of diffusion of innovation to take place. And the law of diffusion of innovation takes place amazingly across all types of brands. Is this making sense? Digital is only making it possible even faster because of social media actually amplifying this tribal behavior. Any questions, thoughts, comments? Happy to discuss this because this is absolutely critical. It's central to the way in which brands are built nowadays. Good brands are built nowadays.
Hi, Siddharth. It will be good if you can take an example of any company and how they built a brand and at what stage they are in. That would help us, get a clearer picture. So, for example, if you take an example of Swiggy, how they built a brand in less than 2 or 3 years, or so that will help. The reason why I'm asking is, so currently I'm working on this B2C platform, Tata Steel Ashiana. So I'm also trying to build the similar kind of, doing the similar kind of brand building activity. It's a website, but still we need to build a brand.
Absolutely. See, what I'm saying is Swiggy or Zomato, or take any brand that has become big in a short span of time, has used the law of diffusion of innovation. First, I'm going to talk about a very stupid personal brand, okay? And then you'll suddenly understand how the law actually works, okay? And then we will talk of a more mainstream brand, all right? So just bear with me on the first stupid brand, okay? I don't know how many of you have heard of Dhinchak Puja. Have you heard of Dhinchak Puja? Okay, excellent. So many people have heard of Dhinchak Puja. Is this, Sanjay? I'm so glad you have not listened to Dhinchak Puja. She is horrible. Yeah, she is horrible. She's the one of the worst singers. She's just cringeworthy. Okay, but she's very successful. Okay, she's very successful, and the reason why she's successful is because she has been able to connect to communities and is able to connect to early adopters and innovators really well. So are these early adopters and innovators liking Dhinchak Puja? No, they hate her. But they hate her, but they're promoting her because by promoting her and telling everybody else how bad she is, they are belonging and standing out in their communities. It is so strange, this phenomenon. But Dhinchak Puja is a beautiful example of how something like this works. The law of diffusion of innovation is working because the early adopters and innovators are snobs within their own communities. They want to talk about their value system and their taste, and what they are saying is, you and I are not like Dinchak Puja. Okay, you and I are sophisticated. We look at her, she's such a fool. Look at her, she's dancing and singing in this stupid fashion. Okay, meanwhile Dinchak Puja is going all the way to the bank. Right? Are you getting what I'm saying? Okay. Now, Monica, you can use the same logic for brands. So if I look at the way in which Supreme, I don't know if you've heard of this brand called Supreme, has worked. It has worked tremendously well by creating a premium around itself. It has created a premium around clothing, apparel, and stuff like that. Okay. Supreme is an extremely expensive, apparel brand. Now today, Supreme is supreme in the way in which it has been accepted by the market because the early adopters and innovators created a lot of story around Supreme as to how it is amazing. Okay, that brand is amazing. So the premium that was created by the early adopters and innovators has then moved into infecting the rest of the market. Take Apple. Apple has utilized this really, really well. For the longest possible time, Apple was a niche product. But suddenly, what tended to happen was that Apple actually moved into a territory where it was connecting to so many early adopters and innovators that they started talking and showing off about their Apple brand to the rest of the marketplace. And then suddenly the niche brand, through its new products like the iPod and iTunes, touched and infected the rest of the market. You take Patanjali, the example that I gave. If you look at Swiggy, what did it do? It talked to food bloggers. It talked to people who were the early adopters and innovators who were interested in spreading the gospel about that category. It was talking to the right trend and the movement. It was not advertising in the traditional way to the mass market to start with. Okay. Monica, you're saying, can you please take an example for brand having a limited market size? Harley Davidson. Okay, so if you take Harley Davidson or Royal Enfield, Indian example, they are the ones who have a limited market size. Okay, limited in the sense because they are a niche player and they are only focused on the early adopters and innovators, and they have said forget the early majority and the rest of it. Okay. Pranjali is saying community marketing is sustainable and grows from a small base to a sizable community. Once the community grows, how can it be sustained? Should it move away from community culture or sustain? That's $1 million question, Pranjali. Very good question. Community marketing works obviously with Dunbar's number, the number that I spoke about. Works best when it's only 150. When it's 1,500, little less. When it's 15,000, even little happens, right? Now, what's really important is for us to understand that all of our target audience is not the same. Even though it's the same demographic and psychographic, we always have to nurture our community, but then we have to talk to the rest of the market in different way. Now, let me explain also, if you do traditional advertising now, for people who are early adopters and innovators, sometimes it can work negatively against your brand. I'll tell you why. Because when you're doing traditional advertising, early adopters and innovators suddenly feel that they have lost their special identity with the product or service because there is no incentive for them to speak about it. So it is always very important to be below the radar with your brand launches. Get your early adopters and innovators on the way, understand who the influencers amongst them are, and then perhaps go mainstream to the early majority. Because early majority is not only going to listen to early adopters and innovators, they're also going to listen to advertising and the rest of it. Why? Because they're risk averse. Okay, so the answer is it should not move away from the community culture, but it should look at the rest of the market differently. By the way, not all early adopters and innovators talk highly about the brand. Let me explain how that works also. Now, I don't know about you, but I have done it. Okay, they think about it from a very different perspective. If I look at going to a restaurant, how many of us have said, let's not talk too much about this restaurant outside. The food is excellent, the service is excellent, but if we speak too much about it, then सब लोग इधर आ जाएंगे और ये भी खराब हो जाए जगह, right? So, which actually means that your customers are now working against you actively. Okay, so these customers, these early adopters and innovators are not good for your brand. So the type of early adopters and innovators who are talking to the rest of the market are your influencers. Now, influencers can be micro influencers, nano influencers, actual influencers, and celebrities. Celebrities, we know. They're like Bachchan, Virat Kohli, etc. But in a world of information symmetry, we believe celebrities lesser and lesser and influencers more and more, because influencers are talking the language of people who are following them. They are coming across as more genuine. Now, sure, there are some influencers who are not genuine, but they are always found out and cancelled out, because that also exists. Anyways, coming back, not all early adopters and innovators are influencers for the rest of the market. There are only a few, right? Guess somebody from the association is saying, can you please take an example of a brand like Jio? Whichever brand it is, whether it's Jio or anything else, they are, whenever you are launched, there will be some people who have a stronger affinity towards Jio. So when I say Jio, what is the difference between message and residue? Residue is, if I have to be kind to the early adopters and innovators, I will think, oh, smart, Indian, patriotic, nationalistic, let me support, maybe. Negative, we can have, but those will be your laggards for Jio. Okay. Price sensitive, all of that. Smart, I am logical, I am sensible. Okay. I am for Jio. Okay. When I get into Jio, I'm nationalistic, I'm patriotic. Same thing works. Same thing works across. There are some of us who will extend ourselves into the product. And we are all like that. We all have our own poisons.
Yeah, hello, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, I had one question. For you, when you talk about like, say for the Indian market, so when Netflix came into the picture, they introduced practically a new way of watching movies and series on your palm tops, right? So after that, Amazon Prime followed suit. So I guess, if I'm not wrong, so would you say that Amazon Prime basically took advantage of the early adopters and innovators of the Netflix when they did that, like, you know, because they followed suit and entered into the market where Netflix had already introduced this new way of watching, like, you know, movies and other series. So they already had people talking about, you know, this Netflix way of watching. So Amazon Prime, would you say, took advantage of that situation and, you know, used
actually,
that?
funnily enough, if you talk to the early adopters and innovators of Netflix, they were actually looking down on Amazon Prime. Okay, they say Amazon Prime nahi hai, kuch nahi usme. There's not like stupid content.
I am one of them.
Yeah. So I don't think that that's how it worked. Amazon Prime had its own gang, okay, own community. It didn't depend upon Netflix's community. It's like TikTok versus Instagram, right? TikTok created its own communities. As a platform, TikTok created its own communities. Now, Instagram is trying to do Reels. Is Reels useful? It is like TikTok, features and functions wise, but it's not useful because the communities that were being served on TikTok were different. Every village has a Sunil Shetty. Who that Sunil Shetty was being serviced by TikTok. Okay, Instagram is all about the cult of personality. TikTok is all about creativity reaching democratic levels. They're very different, right? I hope that answers your question.
Sir, thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Have you understood the law of diffusion of innovation really well? Because I need you to get it completely. It is the core of all the new marketing in the digital world. It connects and makes your go-to-market strategy really, really strong. This is what is used for growth hacking. Okay, all your, oh, we need viral growth, oh, we need major sales, and all of that happens because of the law of diffusion of innovation. You do it well, and things work out. Okay, either people have fallen off the wagon.
Hi, Siddharth. So I had a further question to your, the go-to-market strategy. So
Yeah.
yeah, I understood that we need to influence the innovators and early adopters.
Yeah.
But on digital medium, say for example, my website's target audience is individual home builders, people who are building their own homes.
Yeah.
So there, on digital forums like Google, YouTube, and Instagram, how do I know that these are innovators and these are early adopters, and how do I target them? If you
Right.
can take
So first of all, what you need to do is understand that these guys will already be connected to some trends and movements, correct? They'll already belong to some communities, correct?
So these are not very tech savvy people. So that's why the challenge lies.
No, one sec. When I say trend, movement, and community, why are you taking it for granted that I'm saying digital?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So find out where they hang out. Wherever they hang out. If they're so individualistic that they're not hanging out and making decisions, then okay, your strategy needs to reflect that. But most of the times, birds of a feather flock together.
Okay, thanks. Understood.
Yeah.
Siddharth,
yes.
I wanted to just understand. So, in reality, we see that normally during innovator or early mover stage, we don't face a lot of competition. But when it comes to later part of early movers or late movers, that's where some competition creeps in, like DC and Marvel being some fantastic example of same community being tapped into, and they're changing ships. So what should ideally be a messaging there? Does that prefrontal context thing will work at that stage?
Okay, so I'm going to get into what I call marketing interventions based on the law of diffusion of innovation. Before that, Sanjay, yes, as I said, I'll be creating a list of keywords, right? And I will be sharing some of these points, or rather all of the key points with all of you as a glossary, so that you will even have a quick checklist. So don't worry about that. What I wanted to talk to you about was, at different stages of the law of diffusion of innovation, your communication and your marketing interventions have to be different. Okay, may I explain how? Yeah.
Yes, please.
Okay, all right. So let's understand that what are the tools at a marketer's disposal in a digital world. Okay, so you have advertising, you have various kinds of social media marketing, paid, unpaid, you have influencer based marketing. Okay, you have various things, and so all of us just rush into, oh, let's do Facebook, let's do Google AdWords, let's do influencer marketing and all of that, right? Now I'm saying that that is exactly the wrong way towards the strategic approach for marketing. Now that we've understood, okay, the law of diffusion of innovation, okay, in order for us to build the strategy for marketing in a digital world, what we need to understand is, first question we need to answer is, what is the consumer journey? Okay, when I say what is the consumer journey, it depends upon where is it, early adopter, innovator, etc. And let's assume that it is early majority. It really doesn't matter. What we have to trace is how is the person actually fulfilling that unmet need that he or she has got right now without your product actually coming into the mix. It has to start there. This consumer journey typically, we don't need to get all Sigmund Freud on it. What we have to do is make sure that we are logical and sensible. Whenever the context is, we need to start thinking from those contexts. So we need to identify key contexts. So suppose I'm hungry. Suppose we are talking of a restaurant, a consumer going to a restaurant, right? So I get hungry. So is this a spontaneous decision? Is this a prefrontal cortex decision? Is this a group decision? Is this an individual decision? Okay, right there. Then what am I doing? What are the choices that I'm doing? Am I going to Zomato? Am I ordering in, or am I going out? Let's assume pre-COVID times. Okay, so the choice is real, right? Now I'm saying, okay, so I'm ordering in, do I use Zomato or Swiggy? Okay, or when I'm going out, okay, which restaurants, how do I search for restaurants? Which restaurant do I pick? Do I consult with my group? Okay, and you know how much fun that can be whenever a group tries to go out and have a meal at a restaurant, everyone fights with everyone, right? So now the fact is that till the time that a person has actually paid the bill, gotten out, either with happiness or with a little sadness, yaar, idhar kabhi nahi jana, whatever it is, that is your consumer journey as far as a restaurant is concerned. Now, before doing any marketing interventions or anything of that sort, we have to, as step number 1, map out this consumer journey. Is this understood? Yeah, consumer journey can have digital points and physical points. So it can be like we spoke of the Netflix thing. I can see a hoarding, I can whatever. Those are interventions. But the fact that I have access to a mobile, I can, but I'm going from place A to place B. I am hungry, I am tribal, I am individualistic, whatever it is, and I am an early adopter or I am an early majority, etc. All of that, right? You map it out. Step number 1. Once you have step number 1, then you say, okay, so what are the interventions that I need to make and where will these interventions work the best? So will my brand appeal to the individual side of this person or the group side of this person? Let me give you another example. Our behavior when we go shopping with friends or family is very different from our behavior when we go out shopping for ourselves. Let's assume that we are going out shopping for clothes. Now, whenever we are trying something out, we feel shy of coming out and showing how we look. Okay, am I looking fat? Am I looking thin? Am I looking like an idiot? Okay, when we are part of a group. So our entire buying behavior is determined whether we are part of a group or whether we are individualistic, whether we are on e-commerce or not. Here's another interesting example. One of the latest researches that we did we found that women between 30 to 45 are actually surfing Amazon from 9 o'clock to 10:30 at night. Okay, but they are not, very less conversion to buying is happening. So what is happening? So if you have to look at it traditionally, you would have said, oh, okay, so I need to improve the conversion and I need to make sure that I give them, the various reasons for converting. But actually we found out that the reason why women were doing it between 30 to 45 at that point in time is because they've settled their family. Okay, this is their me time which they own, and this is window shopping, and this is an enjoyment for them, this is a relaxation for them. Now that is the deep consumer insight that you can work from. So you need to understand the consumer journey from a mindset perspective, from a brain perspective, from a tribal perspective, from an individual perspective. Yeah, you get that. Okay, and then you decide, okay, so where do I make my interventions? Will my intervention actually work when she's only window shopping and when she's not doing serious shopping? Maybe not. Okay. Will my interventions work when somebody's shopping as part of a group or when somebody's shopping online? I got to choose. Will my intervention work when this person is in transit doing nothing, or will my intervention work when the time is crunched? Is this person hungry? Okay. What's talking? Is his stomach talking, or is his brain talking? Is his prefrontal cortex talking? So many decision-making points, right? Then we are going to add on to that, okay, is this person actually an early adopter, innovator, early majority, late majority, or what? Where does this person fall as far as this product category is concerned, right? Once you have all of this, you will get a better picture of which contexts you might make some kind of intervention. Now, when we are talking of intervention, you will immediately think, okay, intervention means advertising, intervention means influencer marketing, blah, blah, blah. I'm saying no. There is a step before that. And the step before that is a very different one. Okay. The step before that, there are two things that we have to do. The first thing that we have to do is understand what is the marketing intervention supposed to achieve. Are we trying to acquire new customers into a category or acquire customers from competition? Or are we trying to increase the usage of existing customers? Are we trying to make people who are our existing customers more loyal? What is the objective? Acquisition, usage, loyalty, right? You do that. Second thing that you have to ask yourselves is a very interesting question. And I'll give you the interventions. And I want to actually ask you some questions for it. The question that I have you for is, when we had our first lockdown in India, and I was also in India at that point in time during the first lockdown, there Prime Minister Modi came and spoke. Okay, we had police patrolling all across the street, giving danda to people, okay, who were stepping out. Okay, and you had people actually educating everybody, saying don't do this, wear a mask, this and that. Out of the negative incentivization, out of Prime Minister Modi's influence, and out of the educational material that was coming through, which aspect do you think worked best? I'd like to take a poll over here. Anybody? Okay, I'll repeat again. When the first happened, okay, Prime Minister Modi spoke to the nation, so that was influence. Okay, then there was educational material. Oh, wear a mask, 6 feet, social distancing, this, that, and the other. Education was happening through various communication agencies. Third was police were beating the hell out of people who were stepping out of their homes with lathis. Okay. Out of these 3 things, can you rate what worked best and what worked least? Abhishek is saying negative consequences, basically danda. Okay. Lathi works all the time. Okay. Anybody else? Any other opinion? Modi best and danda work least is what Pranjali is saying. Fear of getting COVID positive, which comes through education. Interesting. Okay. So let me tell you, because we did a little research on this. What was stopping people from getting out of the lockdown, okay, was not the fear of death rate, Sanjay, nor was it the fear of getting COVID positive, because that was all education oriented. What was stopping them from getting out? Because कैसा होता है कि it's like cigarette smoking, मुझे नहीं होगा, okay, इधर नहीं है, all of that. In the shortest term, in the most immediate term, it is always incentivization that works, either positive incentivization or negative incentivization. After that comes influence. Influence always works in the medium term, short to medium term. Longest term, education. Longest term. So if I have to convince you about a certain thing, and if I have to use education, works longest. In fact, there was another experiment that, let me share this experiment with you. In a town, they divided a town, and this again, proven research, right? Divided it into 2 halves. One half, okay, the idea of the thing was cleanliness drive. So one half, they were actually creating a campaign which was showcasing in a very creative way how much garbage was created by transparent garbage bags across the streets when people were putting garbage, and people were realizing how much of stuff was being produced by the city every day and recyclable, etc. One half. Second half was a famous model or actress, let's say Priyanka Chopra, saying, "Ooh, I keep my city clean, so should you." Okay, and which campaign do you think pulled better? Abhishek is saying first one. Okay. Transparent, yeah, the education one. Okay. Now here's the interesting thing. The education thing, the garbage thing did not work as well as the second one where Priyanka Chopra was doing it. Now you'll ask me, what? How? Well, unfortunately, human beings get influenced by other human beings and follow other people much stronger than they get convinced through education in the short term or in the medium term. In the long run, education always works. In the short or medium term, use influence, use incentivization. Okay? In the long run, use education. Right? Sad and true. Right? Now just think about it. It's across human beings, right? Now think about it. Where does advertising fall? This is a trick question. I'm telling you, I'm tricking you as I speak. Where does advertising fall? We know influencer marketing will fall in influence. So that's a no-brainer. Where does advertising fall? Across the board. Perfect answer, Pranjali. Perfect answer. Advertising can be used as an influence, it can be used as education, and it can be used as incentivization depending upon the content, right? So now this actually means that you should not be talking of advertising at all. What you should be saying is, okay, given the fact that we need to make interventions, I'm just pulling you back now, given the fact that we need to be pulling these interventions here, here, and here in the customer journey, okay, and because it is short term and all of that, we need to use what? Influence, incentivization, or education. And where can we educate? Where can we influence? Where can we, use negative influence, or where can we use negative incentivization or positive incentivization, and so on and so forth. Okay, those become your interventions. After your marketing objectives are sorted, your interventions are influence, education, incentivization. First, talk at that level. Once you have that, then you say, okay, should I use advertising? Should I use, because that is activity. Is this making sense, guys? Okay. So basically, negative incentivization is a very simple thing. Last day of sale, negative incentivization. Buy 2, get 3 free, positive incentivization. Okay. Influence, Virat Kohli, yes, but Virat Kohli is a celebrity. You using Sanjeev Kapoor, yes, influence. Why? Because influencer, right? Right. So we have about an hour to go, but I thought we should take a 5-minute break because it has been a fairly heavy sort of dose, because we've finished the marketing side. We moved from customer into marketing quite seamlessly and strategy. And, I wanted you to actually do some work again. The last one wasn't that fast, but I think we've got some new lists of people. Sanjeev, Samir, somebody?
New list, madam?
Of people, you were going to, so can people join the same groups again?
Yeah, same group.
Same groups? Okay. So,
same group.
Okay, so why don't we take a break and then for 5 minutes and come back, and then I'll give you an exercise to do based upon all the stuff that we've learned so far. Will that be okay? Before that, Virat Kohli advertising a bad brand, influencer marketing, or celebrity. See, it is a numbers game. Remember that influencers are below celebrity numbers. Okay, right now Virat Kohli is a celebrity, even though he's advertising a bat or whatever. It's like Amitabh Bachchan does Parker Pens, does Gujarat tourism. You don't believe that much, right? In an information symmetrical age. Anyways, coming back. Let's take a 5-minute break, come back. Yeah? Talk to you guys soon. Hello, people. Hi. 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 Okay. So I hope you guys have enjoyed yourselves. I mean, you know, I have a very different way of communicating and teaching. It's not, as I said, death by PowerPoint. It's more to do with, just building together concepts. Thanks, Sanjay. Questions, any thoughts, any doubts, comments on the law of diffusion of innovation, setting objectives and interventions that we covered in the last session that we had, which forms the core of the marketing strategy. Any thoughts? Any stuff that you want me to talk about? By the way, guys, this is not whiskey or beer. It's nice old apple juice. I'm just saying. It looks like that, but it's apple juice. So should we do the exercise, or should we, or are there any doubts, any questions? Are people redefining of brand image will be marketing intervention? Yes. Now, why are we redefining a brand image? We are redefining a brand image in order to create a new residue. Whom are we creating the new residue for? Is it early adopters, innovators, whatever, right? Now, we are obviously doing it to shift perceptions. So it has to be a marketing intervention. What is the objective of it? Is it to acquire new customers from competition? Is it to actually get into a new market or territory? What is it? Or is it towards making people, existing customers loyal? All of that, right? So yes, it is a marketing intervention. It is going to form part of some advertising campaign or whatever. So it has to be. Yeah, but it forms in the education basket, not in the influence or the incentivization. I hope I've answered your question, Sridhara. Okay. Okay, so if people are all back here, I want us to now use the same group links and do this small exercise again for 15-20 minutes max, and then we will wind up everything. What I wanted you to do was, you already started working on a brand, you already tried to identify a community, you already tried to identify, stuff like that. Now, what I want you to do is obviously the consumer journey. So try to figure out a marketing objective. Okay, is it acquisition, usage, loyalty? That's one. The second thing which I'd like to do is just map out a consumer journey, okay, without your brand coming into the picture. So therefore you have to identify how a consumer is behaving without the brand towards fulfilling his or her own need, okay, and then where your brand interventions will be and what type of interventions will you actually have. Will they be digital, will they be physical, what kind of combination will it be? Just have a brainstorm on this with your group. Have you understood what you have to do? Should I repeat? Okay. You have already started working on a brand, okay, wherein you are trying to identify trend, movement, community, etc. Great. Now, what you have to do is identify how the consumer is moving in his or her journey towards the unmet need that your brand is trying to fulfill. So don't get your brand or interventions first. Just first map out the journey and how does a consumer think. So, like for example, if I am hungry, I will think in terms of logically many options, right? I'm not going to say, "Ooh, I'm going to go to McDonald's" as step one. I'm going to say, okay, I'm hungry. What kind of food do I want to have? Okay, I'm really hungry. फट से क्या आ जाएगा? And then I go to McDonald's because इधर McDonald's है, etc. Or something like that. Some deal is happening on Zomato, so I order it. So I wanted to map out the consumer journey without the brand coming into the picture, how a consumer thinks. And now you have to actually create an intervention. Exactly, Abhishek. You have to create an intervention, yeah, or create a set couple of intervention, depends which context will you make the intervention. Okay, you have to consider, are they early adopters, are they innovators, are they early majority, late majority, laggards first. Secondly, you've got to figure out which is the context. Is it tribal, individual, what is happening, which prefrontal cortex, limbic system, which part am I targeting, right? Third, I have to say, is it influence, is it incentivization, or is it education, and why am I doing what I'm doing? What is the marketing objective that is fulfilled? That's it. Has everybody understood? Cool. Okay, so now I'm going to be here. But I would urge you to join your links, start talking. I will keep a track on time. If there is any doubt, you can always come back and ask me, but I'm going to go on mute and I'm going to go off camera, but I'll give you 20 minutes. Starts now. Please join your groups.
What issue are you facing, Ashika?
Hello?
Yeah, you joined.
Yeah, I'm trying to join.
Madhurya, can you hear me?
I think there's a lot of delay. It's taking a lot of time.
Okay, okay.
Okay, people, let's come back. Let's come back. Let's come back to the main group. Hello. Are we all back?
Hi, Siddharth.
Hi. Okay. By the way, guys, do you know that Google is down today? It is down. What a strange sort of news, right? Google has been down for the past some time. There have been professors who have been reaching out saying that, they've lost Google, and they've all been teaching online. So they've reached out to me and they're saying, even Google is not working in 2020.
Be working fine for me.
No, right now it was down for a while.
Oh, acha.
Down for a while. I'm sorry, Group 4 could not discuss. I'm so sorry to hear that. Let's hear the groups that have discussed, or any thoughts that anybody might have, even in Group 4 individually. But let's talk. Let's talk through. Yeah. Okay. If you've chatted, if you've got any ideas, if you've got any thoughts on the brands that you worked for, because this is the time when you can actually test out something, right? When you try to put things into action. So let's listen to Group 1 first, very quickly. Hello? Are people alive?
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, Siddharth, your voice is not that audible actually. There's maybe some volume.
Am I okay right now?
Okay, but it's not very clear. In the earlier sessions, it was very loud and clear actually. Don't know.
Really? Quite clear to me actually.
Huh?
Maybe Sanjay ji, आपके यहाँ पे कुछ problem है क्या that you can check?
Yeah, it's clear, Siddharth.
Loud and clear.
Okay. Sorry to hear that, Sanjay. I'll try to shout as much as I can.
Yeah, that's okay. No issue. You are that way audible, but it's not very clear.
Okay. All right. Well, can we have Group 1, guys, or any group that wants to go? Just talk about it very quickly.
Okay, so this is Group 1.
Yeah.
Tanya here. I'm a little unsure about what I'm going to talk about, but I still am going to talk. So I'm going to, because as earlier, we were again having some problems, so we decided to take a con call and go ahead with it.
You will have companies from Group 2 as well.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll live and learn, don't we? We'll live and learn. Okay. Anyways, let's just listen.
Right.
Yeah.
So we have taken our consumer as we have provide services of electricity. That is distribution of electricity to a particular person or to our customers in the district of Saraikela Kharsua.
Okay.
So our consumers are the people who are going to avail electricity in the district of Saraikela Kharsua. Now these consumers have got two options. They have two parallel registered distribution networks. One is with our organization, and one is they have a choice to go with the other organization as well. Now, the brand intervention comes of why should they choose that they should come to us and not to the other person with this or whatever for the past so-called 100 years. So there is a legacy to it. There is a legacy of starting the township, the legacy to the name, the legacy to the brand value, the legacy to providing proper services.
Okay. Who are you talking to?
Right, sir?
Who are you talking to?
Okay, I'm talking about to the customers who or our consumers who are going to or deciding to take the electricity or the power distribution from our organization.
Okay.
Our organization, for let me say it is like Tata Steel Utilities, just as an example. Right, that was the best example I could come up with. So now that would be a first phase. Now our brand intervention is going to is actually right from the doorsteps of when the person is deciding on how and when to avail my power, right up till after the billing process is also finished.
Okay.
Now, how it is going to, I'll just quickly take you through. For example, when the guy decides that, okay, this is the company that I want to go in for my power. Okay, he has decided, follows up with the application papers. Now, why? When he comes up with the application papers, our people come in because we have a 24/7 helpline desk and everything available for him. So once what happens is that when people process their papers, so that happens with all processes, people come and ask, "अरे मैंने paper तो दे दिया लेकिन आपने मेरे को वापस भी जवाब नहीं दिया."
Yeah.
Right. So we already have a setup saying that even if you are processing your paper on the day 1, day 2, day 3, you will get to know all the stage at which your papers are being processed.
Yeah.
Now, when the person is also in the interim of getting his application or his connection actually done, there are also touch points where our people call him up, give him certain messages, maybe through SMS or through whatever various points that, okay, we not only are we going to give you your connection, but we're also keeping you in touch with your safety hazards and your whatever.
Sure.
Your legal processes, your whatever. Then third comes that the guy already has my connection. Now, once he gets my connection, my touch with him as a brand does not stop there, right? After that, I call him back and say that, are you satisfied with my services? Now, once that is done, then comes that he is seeing my services for the next 1 whole month. Now, I'm going to be, not only am I monitoring how much he's using say per month or whatever, I'm also going back to him to check that, okay, this is the amount that you have used. He does not have to wait for a paper bill. Even before his once his bill is generated, I send him an SMS. You don't have to come and collect your bill or whatever. It does not have to reach. I can give you an SMS also or register your number. So whatever channel that you want to, I'm going across. Now, after the billing process is done, after that, I will also have a follow-up mechanism with him telling him that, okay, this is done, but I'm still there with you because I want to retain you as my customer so that you don't go to my parallel competition. So this was a little bit, I think all my other members are silent. Please join me.
No, thank you. I just have a couple of thoughts. One is, you haven't talked about the kind of interventions. Are they influence or are they
right? Yes, we will be doing both because we are answering his thought processes. I have to tell him how better I am as a brand, better than my other competitor. So there will be a little bit of an influencing factor as well.
Hold on. That is not influence, that is education. When you're comparing and contrasting, that's education. If you're using somebody, Modi or Virat Kohli or somebody, that is influence. Okay? And incentive different. Yeah.
Okay. Yes. For influencer will be the brand name itself. Because the brand name of the Tata stands for sustainability, stands for value system, stands for ethical distribution. So that will go along
in the law of diffusion of in the law of diffusion of innovation. Where are you?
Okay, this is the point which I've completely lost. Members, please help.
Hello.
Yeah, because when you're talking of 100-year-old brand,
legacy, yes.
Pranjali, you want to say?
Yes, sir. So I think, sir, with the word of mouth, we will be the influencing will be done to the consumers. That
I understand, but are you talking to early adopters, innovators, early majority, late majority, laggards?
No, we are talking to early majority.
Okay, then fine. I understand. Okay, so then it makes sense.
And then so that is the first point when we tap them onto at least for filing an application to avail our services. The next level of addressing them with the brand intervention is once they have filed an application with us, we provide them with a brand docket or a brand manual where
We tell them how to track their status and what is the advantage. Like just it's kind of a brochure of our brand that they get after they file the application. Suppose that when they are availing our services throughout a month, so through that period and subsequent months as well, we will be providing or interacting them with some kind of educational material. Like even if we are providing you electricity, which is a very precious form of resource for us, like how you should be judiciously using the energy and all for consumption. So some kind of educational influencing or interventions will be done to them.
Okay.
Siddharth, I'll just come in here and tell you now. You just kind of nudged the thought here when we're talking about not only about legacy. Now, there are very few people here who say that for a consumer, for you to connect to the person who's giving you the service.
Yes.
Now, here is a brand which is telling you that, dude, I'm available for you 24/7. So that is going to attract my consumer, not only the people who have used, like people who have lived in this town for the past 100 years or so. They are my consumers.
Yeah.
There are other guys also probably who are going to come in from outside, or probably come in, who are looking to settle down here or whatever. Now, how do I attract those consumers? Now, to attract those consumers, I'm telling them that, hello, you have a customer helpline for you, which is 24/7, which is not available anywhere else. You can, pick up the call at in the dead of the night and tell me that you have a complaint, and I'm going to adhere to your complaint. So this is something that is going to attract more people who do not know probably the legacy. This is what I feel.
Good. Okay. Glad. Thank you so much. Look, it's not so bad. You haven't done so badly. Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's listen to group 2.
Hi, Siddharth, Rahul here.
Hi.
So our customer, he is somebody who is who wants to be fitter in life, basically. So he's somebody, he or she is somebody who is kind of either somebody who is not so much into kind of exercising activity, or kind of a couch potato, so to say. So he or she's one day she gets up and decides that, okay, no, I want to do something with my life. I want to have a better way of living. So I want to be fitter. So they have some knowledge as to, okay, either for fitness, either I need to eat right, or I need to exercise right. Now that exercise can be either in form of walking activity, or maybe gymming activity, or maybe some kind of yoga. So the customer, what he or she does, she goes on, so first step he or she does is, she Googles it. How can I become fitter? So multiple options come up to her. There are some blogs, there are some write-ups in terms of some internet pages. There are some fitness kind of apps like Cult Fit, etc. Or there's some nearby kind of what do you say? Kind of a so there's some website who give you contacts of nearby dietitians, etc.
Got it. Yeah.
But he or she feels somehow that if there is some intervention as to someone can just come to her and kind of do everything for her with respect to, say, giving her proper diet, recommending exercise. Basically, she sets a goal for herself, and that intervention, or either in form of a person or any kind of an app, helps her to achieve that goal.
So in the law, according to the law of diffusion of innovation, which type of customer is this?
This would be somewhere in the early adopters.
Early adopters. Yeah.
Okay.
Hi, Rahul.
Because there are various apps who are providing the services.
Yeah. Okay. And then that's all right. But you described the consumer journey of an early adopter. Okay. And what are your interventions?
Our intervention would be, Anshu, you want to deliberate on that?
Yeah, sure. So, hello, sir. So, after the Google searches and the YouTube that they watch, some of them follow the influencers on the Instagram, or they follow the blogs or something. So that is the second stage, or shall I say the third. And the last is where they just go out and talk to the expert. They go to dietitian or do that. So we wanted to have intervention from the starting of the journey. So where they Google searches and everything, where the blogs and everything lands up on the page of the Google search. So there we wanted to have our app there. So it's a trigger kind of thing. Are you looking for something that will help you in getting healthy? Are you looking for some dietitian or some sort of help in that? And after that, if a person is going on, the next stage is they are going for YouTube videos, or that is the next option that people do. Usually they go to YouTube videos. There will be present also on the the ads or something, or the banners or something, where you can see that there is some app which is going to help you achieve your goal. So you don't need to get out or go and talk to some dietitian. After that, they'll do the Instagram, follow someone. So we'll have some performance athletes or the people who are mostly into these kind of things. So there are lots of people on Instagram, Facebook these days, those who do all these kind of stuff. So we can use them as influencers, saying that these are the people who are using our app apart from what they are doing in their lives. So our app is making them healthier, and since you are following these kind of people, so you should also. So that will again be a trigger to them, so that they can download the app. And in the last, if they have come to app, there is free usage as well as the subscription one. Once they are using the free one, we'll tell them you can have personal touch and customized plan according to whatever you require if you subscribe for that. So that will be, and then comes the loyalty part.
What I really like is the way in which you've used the potential of different contexts differently. I really like that. I appreciate that, because you've grasped what we were trying to go through. There are some contexts wherein there can be influence. There are some contexts that can actually be more towards incentivization, and some contexts.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Wonderful. Yeah. Excellent. Okay, group 3. Yeah. Group 3 it is.
Yeah. Hi, am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. So our product, and I'll talk about our product later.
Yeah.
So our customer is basically an individual house builder. Okay. So I'll just explain the kind of journey he goes through.
Sure.
So whenever somebody decides to build a home, assuming that he has the land and everything in place, after that he starts to search the basics. So basically, first thing he tries to understand what are the steps which he needs to follow in order to build a house. The first thing he does is he reaches out to his friends and family who have already built a house to understand how to go about it. Then he uses Google to understand what are the steps he should follow, what things he should not miss out on.
Okay.
After that, he meets with an architect, and they work on how the design part starts. So this is basically, initially he actually works on his own awareness about house building.
Yeah.
Once the architect gives the design, then they go for material estimation, basically to calculate how much a particular house will cost and what will fit his budget.
Yeah.
Considering now after it gets finalized, once the layout gets finalized, then the execution work starts.
Yeah.
Now when it comes to execution, he mostly gets in touch with some contractors. Contractors are also someone whose contact is given by either the architect or people he is friends, he's some sort of word of mouth kind of a thing. So he reaches out to the contractor, and then they go to the next phase of the building, which is purchasing the material. Now, when it comes to buying material, when I say material, it basically means bricks, cement, the rod, all those kind of the basics which are used to build a house.
Yeah.
So for that particular procurement, now either he goes with whatever the contractor tells him.
Yeah.
So the contractor or a mason, he is actually someone who has built many houses before,
So
and they
again,
do have fair knowledge.
And the law of diffusion of innovation, what is this? This is an early adopter or innovator or early majority, late majority? Kya kaun sa?
So I could say these are early majority.
So which means that you already penetrated 12 to 13% of the market.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So this person is also risk
Now
averse.
our brand. Yes. So now I just talk about our brand. It is basically Tata Tiscon, which builds Saria, the rebars, right? So these are already a lot of consumers have purchased it, but still we have to penetrate a lot into this market in order to increase our sales. So our target here is basically customer acquisition.
Yeah.
And not even repeat customers. It's not convincing the current customers to buy more. It's just that people build home once in their lifetime, and we just have to keep acquiring new customers all the time.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So the all the intervention points now here are. Yeah, I was just telling the contractor. The contractor tells him what kind of material and brands he should buy. And after taking contractor opinion, he also goes to the dealer shop. So dealer shop is in a hardware shop wherein all these materials are available. And then he reaches, the consumer will ask the dealer also to, what are the kind of brands available, what are the differences.
So are they
both
talking?
Contractor and, yeah.
Are they also using WhatsApp or no?
I don't, so there are no WhatsApp for individual house builders as such.
Okay.
Right, Monica, please intervene if at all you want. So again, so an individual house builder, though he's building a house, he'll be there for a few months, for a year, and then he moves on. His house is built. So there is no one community of IHB which stays for a very long time. But I think there would be communities of architects. There are communities of masons. Yeah. Okay. So the intervention points are first creating.
So you have WhatsApp groups, na, is what I'm saying. See, the fact is that how are they getting in touch with these communities? How will you get in touch with these communities?
Yeah, WhatsApp group.
You understand what I'm saying? I'm just suggesting how you can actually utilize maybe digital, because Monica was saying like, how the hell do I talk to these guys digitally? Well, actually SMS and WhatsApp is also digital, to be honest.
So I think there are some architect communities, so we are trying to get in touch with them separately. Yeah. But Masons community and this community is something which we are only trying to build up and get their contacts and build a list of contacts, which is something not available readily, at least not as of now.
Okay.
So yeah, the intervention point. Again, the first thing is putting a website on Google or some. So a consumer today, he actually goes around all places to find out some information. So basically, we are trying to build a portal wherein everything for a house building journey is available at one point.
So basically, what you should do is search engine optimization and search engine marketing, because that will allow for people to search for your brand easily, because that's how the consumer journey is. That's what you're saying.
Yes. That is one thing which we are trying to do. At the same time, we are also trying to use some medium level influencers in the both architect community and the media community.
Okay. All right. Okay. Interesting. Thank you. Does Group 4 have any thoughts, or you couldn't talk at all?
To be honest, we didn't have any conversations. We couldn't because audio was not working. But I just tried to keep a concept about it. We didn't take it any brand specific, didn't have any specific solution, but I was trying to just portray how a customer moves through the diffusion of innovation model.
Yeah.
And we understand that in the beginning, just to map it out, which part of brain would actually be active at what stage. Then, so innovators, we were thinking would probably be more limbic oriented, and wherein we would be more rewarded if we go through incentivization of such. When we move to early adopters, it would be limbic as well as prefrontal, because they would be heavily dependent on influencer based as well as incentive and an understanding of the product. Then moving to early majority, where prefrontal will reign supreme because they would go with the established brand and what it means. And education and awareness and advertising would be taken up there. Then at late majority, it's prefrontal, but I was hoping it's reptilian as well, because people kind of had this bandwagon effect of following others and then they just join in. And that's what goes somewhere to some extent with laggards as well. So mostly advertising and education awareness towards the last three stages, and the beginning it's influencer and incentives.
Okay, thank you. I like the way in which you're thinking about different parts of the brain and connecting it to the law of diffusion of innovation. I think that's extremely important based upon who your category is within the law of diffusion of innovation. Thank you so much for your contributions. I'm so happy that you've done it. I think you've got as a teacher, right? I always get a sense of satisfaction if you utilize those concepts that we've talked of in some way or the other. The idea is not to get everything perfect. Of course, you're not going to manage to solve life's problems in 20 minutes, but the idea is to learn by doing as well, because that becomes an incredibly important part. I'm sorry that the system had issues and bugs. Zoom typically has breakout sessions that you can quickly, rapidly go to. That's something that just feedback for you guys in the future. But I know how difficult it is to change systems and processes in large corporates, so I'm not even getting there. But I just wanted to say that I'm glad to see the application of various concepts that we've gone through. I'm going to be sending a list of concepts to Amitabh, and he will be sharing it with each and every one of you. It's just going to be a keyword list which will trigger things in your mind, which will remind you of how we went through. Because to be honest, we've gone through a lot of stuff, right? We went through consumer changes, and then individual consumer community network platform. Then we looked at marketing. In that, we looked at law of diffusion of innovation. We looked at consumer journey, marketing interventions. Then we are looking at putting it all together as a strategy and figuring out, how to make those interventions happen. And obviously, we also learned a little bit about neuromarketing along the way. The whole idea was to make sure that we learn about marketing in a digital world instead of digital marketing. That was my promise to you. A couple of things that I want to say before I close this out. One is, if I look at the way in which the final mindset shift, if you use this process now, guys, if you use this process for your strategy and then brief your briefs are going to be way more different, because you're going to use a different language with the agency. You're going to say, hey, listen, what are my metrics for measuring this strategy in order for it to be successful? I don't want you to tell me how many likes and shares I've got on Facebook. I want you to tell me, okay, how I've done in terms of convincing somebody into moving into the next step, or how I've done on influence, how I've done on shareability. And so you will need to identify different metrics for different stages of the consumer journey. And I'm not using the word funnel because I refuse to believe that people move in a linear fashion. People are going all over the place all the time before they make a decision. And it's always a combination of rational and emotional stuff. So therefore, it becomes extremely important for us to measure our metrics of success for any campaign that we go for. And in fact, I want to say, maybe ditch the word campaign and just talk of the word conversation instead. Having brand conversations means that your brand is engaging in conversations, because we know that it's a river of perceptions that we are trying to manage. So brand conversations are the way to go, rather than just plan for one campaign and hope that it talks to your consumers. That's not the way in which it happens anymore. What is going to happen is brand conversations will continuously make sure that the right perceptions are created residue-wise, and only awareness is not created, but also demand is created. I always say, if you create demand, if you create demand, you create awareness as well. But if you create only awareness, you need not necessarily create demand. So in fact, I call awareness as the poor cousin of demand. And I think that anything that we do in terms of having an ongoing brand conversation is towards creating and fueling that demand that will eventually result in conversions. We spoke a lot about virality, we spoke a lot about law of diffusion of innovation, but having the brand conversation wherein it's not only about advertising and it's not only about digital marketing things like Facebook pe ad dalo, YouTube pe ad dalo, and all of that is extremely important to visualize the consumer journey and to then identify contexts and then make those interventions. It becomes very good strategic work and a great platform to build your marketing strategy for this digital world that we live in. I hope that you've liked this little workshop that we've had. Thank you for your contributions. I have personally enjoyed myself in spite of some of the technical difficulties that we had. I have been speaking a lot, and it's been a morning to afternoon marathon for me, but I didn't know how time flew. It's already 1:30 for me in the afternoon. We started off 8 o'clock. Kind of started at 8:20. But I hope that
learned a lot, me especially, because we are in a transition, just to give you a brief, we used to be an arm of Tata Steel, and we used to be known as Jamshedpur Utilities and Services Company Limited. Now, just a year back, we got a name change. Now we are Tata Steel Utilities and Infrastructure Services Limited. Now, for us, yes, the services have not changed much. It's just a name change, but still, in the mindset of people, it's a complete change. For them, it is like, okay, the brand has changed from Jusco to Tata Steel, that kind of a thing. So for me, it gives me an insight on how to build the entire branding process, because
wonderful.
it is going to take time.
Yeah, I'm so happy.
Yes, this is actually hit me at the right time, where everything is digital, and yet so much needs to be done, especially in a small town like tapping that kind of already have a brand established. Yet getting that thing into your mind that it is not Jusco anymore, it is Tata Steel Utilities and Infrastructure Limited. So that's the journey. But thank you so much. I think I've learned a lot.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sukanya, and thank you so much. A lot of others are saying thanks. Thanks, Sanjay. Thanks. I learned a lot from you guys too. Asita, thank you. Soumya, Rahul, all of you guys. Yeah, Abhishek, thank you so much for your active participation, and wonderful. I hope our paths cross somewhere. I hope that you can reach out to me on LinkedIn or on Instagram. I'm the traveling professor over there. Listen to my podcast if you like my bullshit, right? I have a lot of podcasts on Just Choose on Spotify. Yeah. Cheers, Anshu. I'm glad.
Okay. We were just reading out my messages. Tell me.
Yes. Okay. Wonderful. Okay. So, cheers. Okay. All right. And
this is Amitabh.
I think Amitabh is possibly absent. He's had enough of me, I think.
Yeah. Professor, this is Amitabh.
Hi.
Yeah, so I was there, but not very. I was juggling between the work and the and this one. But we have recorded your session, and I think the people, the way I see the feedbacks, etc., that's coming, I think the people have enjoyed the session thoroughly. Yeah. Will you? Can they contact you on mail or something like that in case there is an query?
LinkedIn is the best way to reach out to me. LinkedIn or Instagram is the best way to reach out to me. And I will be sending you a list of keywords that I have used in the session so that it triggers off all the learning that has happened in everybody's minds, right? So I will be sending you a list on your WhatsApp. You can forward that to everybody. Yeah.
Yeah. So we will forward it to all the participants that were there in the training today.
I will recover from talking so much, but after that, I will send everybody.
Yeah. Thanks, Professor. It was nice having you, and I think we have started, and we'll find more opportunities in the coming year to have a session with you.
Perfect. Lovely.
Thank you. Thanks.
See you. Yeah.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye. See you.